starters, no freshmen on the court as well. So when the game started, it felt like this was just a quality, just rough type of game. The referees were letting a lot of stuff go early. They tightened it up late. But no, I expected it to be close a lot longer than it was, but it was dramatic. This is what a national championship should look like. Feel bad for Houston, but I had my money on Florida.
I feel bad for Emmanuel Sharp. What do you guys think was going through his mind in that moment? Can you walk listeners who, many listeners not confused and just think like bad decisions. Some listeners still wondering like what happened?
He was trying to get a shot off. Felt like it was going to be blocked.
Yeah.
So he dropped the ball. Couldn't pick it up. It would have been a double dribble, traveling, whatever you want to call it. And he didn't realize that there was time on the clock. He had like 5 seconds left. And Curtis, you said what? You can get how many shots off in 5 seconds?
You could probably get that shot off. And if he misses, probably another shot off in those 5 seconds. So you've got at least time for 2 shots, maybe even a third if it doesn't carry him that far away from the rim.
Yeah, he's got to put that up. I feel bad for him because if there were enough time left on the clock in a different situation, that's probably what you do. But in this situation, you have to get a shot off. That's the worst way to end the game. Feel bad for the young man, but he just had to launch it at the end of the game.
It's just a bummer. Congratulations to Florida. First tourney win for the SEC since 2012. First tourney win for Florida since 2007. Jumping to another Houston team losing, the Mariners beat the Houston Astros in their series opener yesterday. Ryan Bliss, 2-run home run, gave Seattle the first score of the game and, of course, the lead.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. Blasted. Left field. And it's on the way. It has a chance. It is gone. Ryan Bliss, 2-run home run into the Mariners bullpen. And the Mariners have broken through. It is 2-0 M's. Ryan Bliss tagged it. His first home run of the season.
Houston responded with a Jose Altuve solo shot. 2 runs also scored on an error by third baseman Dylan Moore. Mariners' response was in the timeliest fashion, something we'd been wondering. With 2 on in scoring position and 2 outs, Jorge Polanco connects on a low-hanging slider.
The look in by Abreu, and now the right-hander's 2-1 pitch. Swinging a shot off the pitcher into center field, a base hit. Moore will score. Mastrobuoni rounding third. He will score. The Mariners have the lead 4-3. Jorge Polanco with a line drive off the hip of Brian Abreu. The ball skips quickly into center field. Holy smokes, a 2-run single with 2 outs by Jorge Polanco. And it's now the Mariners 4 and the Astros 3. A huge base hit for Jorge Polanco.
Bump, your reactions to this game.
I loved it, man. Logan came out and was looking really good, man. When he set down 13 of the first 14. He's been using his splitter at a high clip this year. It's kind of like he dished the cutter, and it's been working out for him. And last year, the splitter was working for him. He was 7th in whiff rate, 3rd in strikeouts, 2nd in batting average. It was working. So he's kind of like not reinventing himself, but leaning on another pitch a bit more than he has in the past. So I like to see it. As far as Ryan Bliss, I love seeing him make a connection and drive that ball for a home run. And I've been waiting for the Bliss moment. He's not a power guy. We're not going to expect a bunch of bombs from Bliss, right? I not shamefully, but I was rooting for him early to be the first one to hit a home run. I had to wait 11, 12 games, but it's fine, Bliss. It's all good. We talked to Shannon yesterday. She feels like he's doing his thing as well. And then Polanco, the start that Polanco was off to, I'm looking at just his numbers. Every positive stat that you have when it comes to making contact with the ball, when it comes to driving it out there, everything's up for him. And then the bad stats are down. His whiff rate is down. He's not swinging at bad pitches. If it's in the zone, he's swinging at about 75% of the time and making contact about 80% of the time. He is the baseball looks like a big beach ball to him right now, and it matches because he got those big eyes too, so you know he's locked in. But no, they're making plays, man, and it was nerve-wracking, and it was fun to see him come up in a clutch moment. You needed that hit.
Yeah.
You needed it to go down, and Polanco, man, that's got to tip my cap to him. The start that he's had, this is the hottest start he's had in his career, and I'm happy for him.
Dan Wilson talking about Jorge Polanco's hot start.
I mean, he's a veteran. He's been around, and his ability to, not speed up his at-bat, get the pitch that he wants, and then he's able to do with it what he wants to do with it. And, we saw that in San Francisco in that first game, and then, tonight, able to get something up in the zone enough to where he could get it through the middle. And, he just worked the at-bat so well, and that's what he does, He's not only does he work the at-bat, but he's able to get the barrel to it. We've seen so much barrel from him consistently, and he had an out earlier in the ball game that was I think his first AB where he smoked it to right too. So he continues to find the barrel.
Again, we talked a lot about, obviously, this Mariners team heading into the start of the season, and one of the biggest critiques was, I feel like it's the same team, and I can hardly blame, in fact, I don't blame at all fans for thinking that and feeling that way heading into the season. The front office did not give people a ton to be excited about by virtue of their own limited spending, limited options. Maybe I don't know if there was an unwillingness or a lack of opportunity to trade prospects for pieces. I don't know. I wasn't in that front office, but I can understand why fans looked at the roster and went, Jorge Polanco, he's coming back. What did he do last year?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was such important context, though I didn't know how much I believed in it, to talk about his knee injury that was ailing him all season long, to talk about the offseason surgery he had to repair that. I didn't expect early gains, though. I thought this would be something that by year's end we're going, did we see a better version? Instead, we're seeing one of the only consistent Mariners hitters right now.
Yeah, and I think it's important to highlight what he went through last year because they kept it low, and he kept it low himself. He never got in front of the mic or the camera and complained about his health or whatnot. The Mariners kind of just worked behind the scenes and made sure he was good enough to go. So now you get this offseason and you have this maintenance, and you're preparing yourself for this this long marathon, which is the baseball season. And no one expected him to come off to this hot start. Just like you said, we're wondering, okay, why is Polanco even back? And it's early in the season, but the Mariners might have found something in this guy and evaluated him correctly in the sense that, well, let's give him a chance when he's completely healthy and see what he does. And they never put it out there that he was dealing with that type of injury. I think that's what makes this start to the season for him even that much more special, because then you go back and think about all the struggles that he had and said, all right, maybe the knee really was an issue for him. And for him to come out and be hot like this is necessary. I mean, you're 4-7. You still have underwhelmed the Mariners as a team when it comes to just your production offensively. But it's always nice when you have someone you can point to at this point of the season and say, okay, at least we can rely on him, because you're looking at Julio's numbers, you're looking at Cal, you're looking at some of the bats that you expect to be consistent, and they're just not doing it. They've all had their moments, but this is about consistency. And so far, Polanco's been the most consistent, and he needs to be, because everyone else is kind of up and down right now.
All right, well, let's go to, obviously, your starter for the night, Logan Gilbert, with a phenomenal game, obviously, giving up that one solo shot to Jose Altuve. Otherwise, sits down 13 of 14 to start.
The 3-2. Strike three called freeze him. A slider right on the corner, scraping the edge. That's it for Myers. That's it for the Astros. Logan Gilbert's rolling. He's retired 13 of the last 14 he has seen. He has fanned 6. He's been dynamite tonight.
Ends up striking out 7 on the night. Again, we know what the recipe is going to have to be for the Mariners. What I'm eager to see, and what I do think we ended up seeing tonight, is as complimentary baseball as you can get, right? What we saw in the San Francisco series was when they were able to get runs, they couldn't get defensive play or pitching. When they were able to get pitching, they couldn't get runs. And when you're a team that feels a little incomplete, you kind of need the right things to happen collectively at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's what happened in this game.
Yeah, it is. It is. It was a balanced attack, I guess, right? Defensively, you were shaky with a couple plays. You got Rowdy missing the ball there. You got Demo kind of messing up. And then you have Julio showing his hose, and then you have JP making a play. You have Bliss going yard. You have Polanco driving 2 runs in. That's complimentary baseball. You know, if there is anything that shows like you scratch my back, I got yours, it was that game last night. But it all starts with Walter on the mound. I mean, Logan came out there and was looking really good early. Let one get away, but that's Altuve. If you leave one hanging, he's gonna crush. He's gonna do his thing. But no. It looked good. 4-3, that is a Mariners type of game. We are used to this type of drama there, and it feels good to get one over the Astros. They are struggling as well with their 4-6 now, and we talked about it before the game yesterday. Yeah, they're struggling, but they're still the Astros with all that talent over there. It still means something if you could sneak a couple here, and they're off to a good start.
From the bats to the mound, now to the dugout. From the 8-5-0 in Florida, congratulations maybe on that win. It looks like Dan Wilson might be a little over his head, says this texter. Lots of odd choices, including the Santos Spire snafu last night.
Yo, I missed that. I was at my homie's bar.
Yeah.
Just watching the game. You know, in between, you turn your head, you're talking to your boy.
Sure.
And,
and they hit commercial break. So
yeah,
I also
hit the break, and I was like, and I heard people talking about it. I go, what? What happened? And that, unfortunately, looks like a rookie move. Looks like you are unsure. And that's the last thing you want to look like in front of the fans, on TV, people watching, listening. You just don't want that. You want to look like you're in complete control, but accidents happen. If they would have lost this game, then I think it would be amplified a bit. But because they won, you're not sweeping it under the rug, but you're probably saying, all right, Dan, that's your one try right there.
I know. Curtis, I'm going to turn to you quickly for this one because I know that you and Mike were talking about it back there with just saying, like, hey, had you seen that? Was that something that caught your eye when you saw that? What did you think?
It was very confusing. It was like, why make the move or why signal that you're going to make the move and then last second change your mind, because there is a point in which Gabe Spire would have had to come in that ball game, even if Dan Wilson maybe didn't want him in that situation.
No, real question. Why change your mind? Like a genuine
Right.
question that I have. What do you think he was thinking?
I don't know. It's so hard because maybe it's just something he hadn't really thought of. I mean, he is still technically a first-time manager.
Yeah.
We're going to see some hiccups here in the early portion of the season. But like, if you change your mind in that spot, then you're out, Santos. Spire has to come in. Like, it just was one of the more baffling things that I've seen in recent Mariner history. Luckily, it ultimately didn't come back to bite them because they got the win, but I just had a really hard time kind of comprehending what I was seeing. I was like, wait, what's going on here?
Bump, how much is watching Wilson part of your evaluation for the season this year?
It's big. It's his first time in this role. Now, he finished the season last year, but it was kind of like you're taking over not a finished product, but something that's already there, right? You're joining the group project late and saying, all right, I'll just finish this thing off.
You need me to glue this?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got you. I just transferred into this class, and they put me in this group. But now you are the leader. You are the guy. And mistakes are going to happen. Nobody is perfect.
Sure.
But there are only so many situations where the manager and his influence is on full display for everybody to see. And that's one of those moments. So the worst thing for him is to have this perception that he doesn't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you he knows what's going on. But he probably second-guessed himself right there and said, you know what, last minute switch up, let's keep him there. It reminds me of when I coach football and we're trying to decide what we're going to do on fourth down. And it's like, are we going to punt it? Are we going to go for it? And you send out the punt team. And then last minute, you're like, no, we got to send the punt team out. Bring the offense back on. We want to go for it. And then you have to call a timeout. That's kind of what it reminded me of. But in football, I don't think that is frowned upon as much as that situation was frowned upon, because there aren't too many situations where you see his direct influence on the game. And I hate that for him because I know he's prepared. I don't think he gets his job if he's not prepared. But in that moment, it looked a little silly.
All right, still to come today, we heard from Albert Breer, who authored MMQB the other day, obviously doing that interview with Geno Smith. He joined Brock and Salk. We're going to get to that in 15 minutes. And then the latest from Jeff Passan back to the Mariners at 11. Right now, let's get to Headline Rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline Rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, Florida is your 2025 national champion after a furious second-half comeback against Houston in Monday's title game. What's the real headline?
It was a 2-for-1 special for Houston last night.
It was. Y'all got a discount.
Sorry.
I'm not sorry for Houston.
2 losses for the price of none? What a bummer.
Yeah, it's tough, but Florida took care of the basketball at the free throw line. They shot 80% from the line. Houston was 64%. Florida 21 attempts, Houston 14. You always got to look at free throw makes and their attempts. That kind of tells you how the game was going. It was a half-court type of game, only 6 fast break points. But the big story for me was Walter Clayton being scoreless in the first half. 1 for 7 for 3, but you know what he did? He switched it up and said, I'm having an off night. Don't worry about it. I'm going to drop 7 dimes. So, but you got to look at Will Richard. If he doesn't go 4 for 7 from 3, this looks completely different. It was a balanced game for Florida. 3 starters in double figures, 1 starter in double figures for Houston. I thought Houston had this game early. They came out and that defense was on point. They're grabbing boards. They look aggressive, and the referees were letting things go the first half. Second half, they came in and tightened things up. It came down to the last minute of the game. You can't have 3 turnovers in the last minute of the game.
Nope.
That's what happened with Houston. And you at least got to get a shot up. Didn't get a shot up. Feel bad for the guys. but your boy might have won something with Florida winning.
Congratulations. The stat that feels right, having watched the game, but boggles the mind to see, is the 64 seconds leading. 64 seconds of time leading for Florida, with over 45 of those seconds being in the final few minutes. Final, 2 minutes, 3 minutes of the game. I mean, this was... I was watching it, and I knew Curtis had Houston in his bracket. I know that you were rooting for Florida, Bump, but I was just thinking, man, Curtis has got to be feeling pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah,
I didn't think they'd blow them out, but it felt like Houston was in control. It was their kind of game, a defensive game throughout.
Yeah, when they were up 12 in the second half, I was kind of like, man, that Starbucks gift card or whatever it is that Kyle has ready to go for the winner.
It's already sitting in your
hit
wallet.
Nice, yeah. And then all of a sudden, you see Florida trim that deficit, and then they tied it, and I was like, as soon as you tie it, I mean, that's such a momentum lift for the team that's been trailing that whole time. It's like, all right, we're back in this. Like, we don't need to worry about climbing out of this hole anymore. And then at the end, I mean, God, what a horrific final possession.
Bump, where does this rank? And it's okay if it's out of the top 5 in terms of men's national tourneys championship games that you genuinely thought, God, that was a good game. This one wasn't especially tight early.
It was cool. I still look at that Villanova
last second
finish.
win.
North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look at Duke. Well, I don't know if it was the finals, but it was maybe Sweet 16. They came back. They were down like 12 or 14, something like that, with Jason Williams. It's up there. I gotta go back and refresh the memory on some of these games.
No, the
because
Villanova ones.
There have been so many in March Madness.
Kansas and Memphis.
Kansas,
Mario Chalmers
Memphis,
hitting that one.
Yep.
Derrick Rose couldn't hit a
Butler
free
missed
throw.
one that we thought was going in.
Now I messed up. I got you guys in the naming baseball players mode. We need to keep it moving. You guys are just gonna. And then of course you got Kentucky.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Victor Robles is headed to the injured list after suffering a dislocated left shoulder. No timetable has been given for his return. What's the real headline?
Will he get a new shoulder that allows him to throw home? If they could take Julio's shoulder, clone it, and put it on Victor's body, let's do that. What a throw by Julio the other night.
Yeah.
Also, obviously, what a catch by Victor. It's really unfortunate it landed him on the IL.
Yeah, it's like you appreciate the effort and the actual play, but it came at a huge cost. And dislocated shoulders are tricky, especially for baseball players. You have to throw a ball. Now, if I were a wide receiver and I dislocate my shoulder, all right, let me chill for a couple weeks and then we'll brace it up and I'll be fine. Let's go get it. But when you have to throw a baseball, I think that changes things. I expect him to be out at least a month, man. A month, maybe even more. Everyone heals differently. I don't know what his pain tolerance is like, but you got to be careful with him because he's essential to what you want to do as a baseball team, defensively and offensively. You need one of those hot streaks that he had last year sometime this year. So take your time with Victor. It's unfortunate, and keep your head up, dog.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3 from the New York Post, Greg Joyce. He writes about the Yankees. Yankees first baseman Cody Bellinger is missing today's game with food poisoning from eating bad chicken wings. What's the real headline?
A little known fact is he actually got sick from rewatching last year's Game 5 of the World Series. Not a lot of people know that. They covered it up with the food poisoning
Just barfing
story.
everywhere.
Just getting sick.
Where them chicken wings
Had
from?
to do some research. He had to
They're
do
in
some
Detroit right now.
research. Yeah.
All right, was it like fast food? Like you should be only eating at the hotel or the finest of restaurants whenever you travel. I hope it wasn't like some fast food type of joint that got them all jacked up. I've only had food poisoning like once that I know of.
Real food poisoning,
Yeah.
like legit food poisoning, is a nightmare.
Yeah, it is. I was set down for like 2 or 3 days. It hurt.
There's
So-
a restaurant here on East Lake that gave me food poisoning about 4 or 5 years ago. Matt remembers it fondly. I'm not going to name names because it's kind of a
Can you say it in my ear?
I'm worried it might go over the But yeah, it is no joke. You are riding the Porcelain Express for like a whole day.
I gotta know what it is. I'm gonna say it in your ear. No, I guessed wrong. Okay. You know what I'll say? I had a really, really, really bad food. I think I had straight up like E. coli. I had horrible food poisoning when I was in college, and I was like registering for classes and just getting sick into like a mixing bowl that I had, just hovering in bed feeling awful. And I was living with 7 girls. We were all in a house, and I asked one of them to grab me some Gatorade from the store. And she opened the door because I think she thought I'm like contagious sick.
Mm-hmm.
She opened the door of my bedroom, put the Gatorade on the ground, and rolled it over to my bed. Like I was like a patient in, I don't even know, like a, don't get within 10 feet of her. It was the most pathetic moment of my life. Just like it came just a little short of the bed and I was just reaching over. I remember it to this day. This was probably 12 years ago.
Going back to Victor, was it his throwing arm or his non-throwing arm that he jacked up?
It was his right.
Left.
His left?
So his non-throwing.
Okay. All right. Well, that changes it. Maybe he'll be back sooner than I think.
I'm also relieved because initial thought of that play was A, coolest catch ever.
Yeah.
Like catch of the year so far. And B was, oh my God, he broke his wrist. I thought that he slammed his arm into that, like maybe the padding went all the way down and he slammed his arm into it. And the way he was holding his arm, I thought he broke his wrist.
I thought he broke his wrist too, but then it makes sense if the arm's dislocated. You just want to keep it in one spot and you hold that wrist and kind of stabilize everything that's going on. One of the best plays of the year. That's going to go down as one of the best catches of the year, but hurts the Mariners for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we are getting back to the Mariners. The latest from Jeff Passan. Really interesting stuff, particularly on Jorge Polanco and why he thinks the Mariners could go on a run. That's coming up at 11. Before we get to it, the latest from Albert Breer on how the Geno situation went down in Seattle. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We got Charlie Furbush in studio with us.
Logan Gilbert is like my spirit animal. How he pitches, how he attacks hitters, and right there behind him is Bryce Miller. I mean, when you look at an actual pitch, they both have this splitter now that is just incredibly effective. I was always jealous of guys that could throw that pitch because it really acts like a fastball a lot of ways, and then it comes in and drops off the table.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
When buying a battery, most people don't know one brand from another. And brands don't start things, watts do. And who remembers that volts times amps equals watts anyway? At Pacific Power Batteries, you're buying a battery from someone who you can trust. Lately, we've been working hard on our product knowledge so that you don't have to remember all that you may have forgotten about Ohm's Law. Studying vendors' strong points helps us find a battery that's right for you. And at Pacific Power Batteries, that's not artificial intelligence. That's useful information.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. A million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole, because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big number with a 2-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, When he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Don't miss this week's Cal Raleigh bobblehead giveaway. Fans have 2 more chances to score an exclusive collectible. Tonight at 6:40 and tomorrow at 1:10. And tickets start at just $10 for both games. Then the fun continues with Corduroy Hat Night this Friday, presented by Alaska Airlines. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Ascent Roofing was founded with the aim of shielding the community from liabilities that may arise from hiring a contractor. Bob Stelton here, and I love their slogan. You're either hiring an asset or you're hiring a liability. Now, I've been there, and you probably have too. Hiring a contractor that showed up late, delivered shoddy work, or went over budget. Ascent Roofing is the opposite of a bad contractor. Their business model is to deliver honest and transparent solutions, becoming a valuable asset for both clients and their communities. Now, I experienced it firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and then again when I had him do work on my roof. Now, these guys are the best in the business, and I highly recommend Ascent Roofing to local homeowners. Now, this spring, replace your aging roof with Ascent Roofing. Ask them about their specialty, metal roofs. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
For the latest MMQB, Albert Breer wrote about Geno's trade request with the Seahawks, how he feels about going to the Raiders, his relationship with Pete Carroll, his thoughts on Tom Brady and operating in Chip Kelly's offense. Lots of really good stuff. It's all relevant, of course, to Seattle. This was a guy that was here for 3 years, and we are wondering internally, like, okay, what went on with the trade request? How much could Seattle have paid him? All kinds of questions. Albert Breer was on with Brock and Salk this morning, clarifying a lot of their questions about this interview. First, on Geno saying he felt disrespected by Seattle's counteroffer.
You know, I think that word can be a little bit of a moving target sometimes, Mike, and I think that's sort of what you're getting at, right? Like, you know, I think he felt like he had earned the right to have some security, and he had to go year to year for what, like 5 years in a row, something like that, right? Like where he was on 1 year deals year after year after year. You know, wins the starting job, he's on a 1 year deal that year. And so I think for him, a huge part of it was more than even though just the money, it was, and the money is always a factor. I'm not saying it isn't, but it was, I want to know that you're building around me for the next couple of years. And I think when the Seahawks didn't do that, which of course is their right too, you know, you kind of look at it like, okay, like, well, like now I got to kind of look around.
Again, I think it's important he notes, look, the word disrespect in general, people can interpret a lot of ways. And I think there are plenty of people, we yesterday were wondering if it was a fair word for Geno to use, right? So again, I don't know that he's wrong. I'm going to play like 2 more cuts here before I get a reaction because there's so much sound. I want to make sure that you have enough here. First, let's go to Geno's general feeling about leaving the Seahawks.
Geno didn't seem pissed off to me. You know what I mean? Like, I think Geno's gotten knocked around enough as an NFL player and, sort of been to the bottom, and fighting for his spot in the league period, for a couple of years there where like he has a very good, firsthand understanding of the business side of football. And so I don't think any of it, Mike, was screw the Seahawks for not giving me the deal. It was just, here's what I'm looking for. And if you can't give it to me, well then, and again, like the word respect makes it sound more personal, but I didn't get the sense that he was overly pissed off with John Schneider or Mike Macdonald. In fact, he said he enjoyed playing for Mike last year. You know what I mean? Like I just think this was like 2 parties that were in different positions.
In hindsight, not only with this trade behind us, but now we've heard from John Schneider, we've heard from Geno, we've heard from Albert Breer as a conduit for Geno. What do you make of how both sides might be feeling?
I think both sides feel disrespected because if I'm the Seahawks, I'm looking at Geno Smith and saying, well, we gave you an opportunity here. The Jets gave up on you. Where was it? New York, they gave up on you. The Chargers, he was the Chargers for a bit, they gave up on you. But, we gave you an opportunity here. So because of that, when we sit down and we start negotiating, we expect a certain kind of back and forth, right? A respectful back and forth, but we got to realize it's business. And then if I'm Geno, I think he's feeling, yeah, you gave me an opportunity, but I helped this organization stay afloat. When you lose Russell Wilson, when Pete Carroll is gone and people are questioning, where's this organization going? If I'm Geno, I'm speaking as Geno, I might not have put up the numbers that you want me to put up. I might not be an elite quarterback, but dang well I was operating behind an offensive line that couldn't block. Dang well Ryan Grubb was asking me to push the football down the field constantly and not establishing a run. Yet I did it and I was professional about it and I had you guys back. I think both are valid and feeling exactly the way that they're feeling. That's fine. I mean, just because you disagree on something doesn't mean that it has to be disrespectful. And I'm not mad at Geno for saying he felt disrespected because this is why Geno is who he is. You keep that chip on your shoulder. You go to the Raiders with that chip on your shoulder and you feel like, look, they didn't want me here. They weren't willing to invest in me. You guys are. Let's go get it. That's part of the mental game that you have to play with yourself as an athlete, especially when you're an athlete like Geno, who's 34, who's been doubted, who's been forgotten in this league, and has resurrected his career. Both are valid. I mean, this doesn't have to be a kumbaya, everyone gets along. Geno, we're so happy for you. Geno, thank you, Seahawks, for my opportunity. Nah, man, this is business. It's competition. And competition doesn't just show itself on the field. It shows itself when you start negotiating, trying to, decide who's getting paid what.
The tough part about so many, I'm now expanding this to the rest of the league. The tough part about so many player contracts, even great player contracts and great players that we talk about, is that eventually everyone gets older, right? Time is undefeated in terms of everyone. At one point, Bobby Wagner was the best linebacker in the league, a clear future first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the best Seahawks ever drafted, a draft success story, right? Being a second rounder. Eventually, we started to have tough conversations about, is Bobby Wagner missing some plays? And eventually the Seahawks had to look at themselves and go, do we want to pay Bobby Wagner this money? Now, if you're Richard Sherman, a former player who understands sides of the games that non-former players will never, you can look at Bobby Wagner and you can look at the Seahawks and go, you needed a linebacker, clearly. You could have kept one who was great and a great leader, and that's invaluable. You made a mistake moving on. But sometimes I look at these arguments about age when it comes to players, and I think, man, initially no one's wrong. I could never blame a player. We're in our 30s, right? I could never blame a player for being, let's say, 32 and saying, but I still feel good. And I've given so much. And I know more about this game than I ever have before. And I haven't missed games, and how dare you give up on me? And I also can't blame in any way a team for saying, but we have to protect ourselves. Albert talked about that kind of back and forth that a player and a team will have. And this is, of course, with Geno's deal.
The Seahawks, at least contractually, didn't want to break their precedents and wanted to go forward, on a little bit more of a year-to-year basis. And Geno didn't want to hear people questioning him because of his age. and wanted to move past the point where he was year to year with his team. And obviously he's found the opportunity to do that in Vegas. The raw dollars aren't even that different. You know what I mean? Like, that's the interesting part about it. But he does have a pretty sizable guarantee in the second year of the deal in Vegas, which I think made all the difference in the world for him. And of course, the presence of Pete there is huge, too.
Geno Smith is 34 years old. He will be turning 35 in October during the season. Is it fair for the Seahawks to have concerns about his age? Is it fair for him to say it's not a concern?
Yeah, it's fair for them. It's fair for them because, like you said, Father Time is undefeated, man. And the body's going to slow down regardless if you haven't played in – 6 or 7 full seasons. His 34-year-old body is better than the average 34-year-old body in the NFL for sure, but you start to slow down. And the older you get in this league, the more expensive you become in this league as well. If Geno were to put together another solid year here in Seattle, he'd want more money. And I think he would deserve it. And I think Geno deserved to not just go year to year and let's see what finds out. Because as you know, as we get older, we start thinking about our future, financial security. Like, all right, man, like, what am I going to do when I'm 55 and I'm hopefully getting ready to retire? You start making decisions now for the future. And that's what Geno is doing as well. Both are making decisions now for the future. This is a story that has been told in the NFL since free agency has began. You get old, you get expensive. One team doesn't believe in you as much. They want to go younger and cheaper. You move on and see what happens. Joe Montana played for the Kansas City Chiefs. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. I remember seeing Joe Montana line up for the Kansas City Chiefs, and it felt weird. But you know why? We eliminate
those parts of their stories, like when they get older and they're less
Exactly.
good.
The 49ers said, Joe, thank you for your 4 or 5 Super Bowls.
Right.
But you're getting older. We're going to move on to this young guy. His name's Steve Young, and we believe in him. Let's do that. It happens all across the league. This isn't like basketball or places where, Steph Curry is 34, 35 and is flourishing right now, balling. It's just a different sport. So both are valid in their feelings. I think if I'm a counselor and I'm sitting here talking to both sides, I'm saying both you guys are valid in your feelings. Let's just move on and make sure that no one is bad talking each other out in the streets.
Now, we're not talking about, Tom Brady has kind of broken the mold with how late a player could play, into his 40s. Overwhelmingly, players do start to fall off as they, get older than 30. Just the way your body responds is different. That being said, I remember interviewing KJ Wright once when he turned 30, and he talked about maybe in particular linebackers, or just that there were certain positions that he felt like could play longer than they had previously. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, for sure. Quarterbacks can play longer. Tackles can play longer. We're seeing linebackers play longer. The guys who are responsible for making explosive plays with the football in their hands are the ones who suffered the most. It's like wideouts and running backs. But, man, nothing lasts forever, man. Average career is 3.5 years in this league. It's a young man's game, but there are exceptions to every rule.
Something should have caught Mike Macdonald's attention from this interview with Geno. Albert Breer talks about what it is next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Ryan Roland Smith with us.
I said Emerson Hancock was going to be the dude this year, and then he gives up a 6 spot there in the first inning.
Catching some heat on social media there.
I was.
You should have just responded, just going,
hey, how's the bracket looking? Dave, you impressed me. That's a pretty dialed-in American accent right there.
It's not bad.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you sound like an American geek, but it's still good.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Right now, have beautiful, ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Well, this is pretty fun for me. Normally, Shannon O'Kelly and I are talking physical therapy, but today we are talking First Mark Insurance. You made the call to First Mark. You took the challenge. Why?
Brock, I was looking for a local agency that I could align with similar values, and they've helped us here at IRG. They shop different plans. They find the best plan for you, the best price, the best coverage, great customer service, and great connectivity.
Did they save you any money along the way?
Absolutely, they saved us money. Obviously, here at IRG, I have several needs in the insurance industry, and they look at those needs A to Z, and they find out what kind of coverage you need, what is the best coverage, at what cost, and they're always looking to save money. And again, it's all about providing my company, IRG, great customer service.
Well, Shannon and IRG, they took the challenge. Molly and I, we took the challenge. Are you confident that your business is getting the very best when it comes to your insurance needs? If not, take the First Mark Challenge today, and it's totally free. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you. firstmarkinsurance.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news about Swedish adding a second Cyberknife in Seattle. Cyberknife is a non-invasive, extremely precise prostate cancer radiotherapy treatment. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the Cyberknife treatment period is much shorter, typically 5 days with daily sessions under an hour. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife prostate.
Hey friends, Stacy Ross here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it, Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I mentioned that there's something Mike Macdonald should have paid attention to in this interview with Geno. Albert Breer talked about the communication that Geno and Pete were having in season.
I don't think Pete was ever on like the maybe I'll coach, maybe I won't like thing. You know what? I think he was always locked in like I want to coach next year. You know what I mean? Like, and I people who are around him like will tell you like he did something similar to that year he was out after he got fired from the Patriots, where he looked at his program and here's how I'm going to do it next time, all of that. So, I mean, it's hard for me logically to believe that conversation didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like if Pete is sitting there and saying like, this is how I'm going to do it next year, and they're talking throughout the year, I mean, I think that would have to naturally come up in conversation, because this probably wasn't just all one way, like Pete being, Pete putting Geno on the couch, and saying like, okay, like I'm gonna help you through this. Like there had to be, some back and forth there, like, hey Pete, how you doing? What are you thinking? So I would think like it would naturally come up in conversation.
Albert then wondered what Mike Macdonald thinks about Geno venting to Pete during the season.
It's kind of interesting. The one thing I did think about, like when I was talking to him through it, was like I was kind of like, and when I was writing it, I was like, you kind of wonder if you're Mike, like what it would feel like to be Mike Macdonald in that situation too. You know what I mean? When you hear this stuff and hear that like your quarterback was talking to the head coach who you replaced, it's kind of a weird, different dynamic that I think, like, obviously in most cases doesn't arise, because most times when NFL coaches get fired or leave, they're going to another NFL team, and these sorts of conversations would constitute tampering. But obviously in this case it did.
Mm-hmm. I wondered the same thing reading it. Again, it did not constitute tampering. So my first reaction admittedly was, oh wait, was Pete allowed to talk to Geno? And then I thought, well, he wasn't employed. He was not with any NFL team. And he was someone who believed in Geno. They had a great relationship. In any other context, it's just another mentor. It's like a player reaching out to a former college coach or maybe a trainer and just asking questions. But if you're a first-year head coach like Mike Macdonald, I would be wondering, like, what's Geno saying to Pete? What is Pete talking to Geno about?
So now we're talking about T at this point.
T.
Because you got to think about the interactions that Pete almost feel like we call it in Spanish chismoso. It's like gossiping, right? I'm gossiping right now, but forget it, I'm gonna do it, right? So now I'm thinking, there are times where Pete and Mike Macdonald and John have all been on the same plane. They've been in the same building. They're having these conversations. So if I'm Mike Macdonald, I might feel some type of way now, because he points out it's a great point. When you are talking to someone that you love and you care about, you're talking about your future plans. You're talking about ambition. Yeah, you're helping that person through a time, and you are focused on the topic at hand with football and how to handle this and how to handle that. But because Geno and Pete are so tight, there's no way Pete didn't say, look, man, I might be coaching somewhere next year. What are you thinking? How you feeling? How you like it over there? Because I might be calling you. Pete might not have said, look, you're coming with me when I get a job. But Pete, I'm sure he threw it out there and was like, hey, man, look, I might be back in the game next year. Would you consider leaving Seattle? So this is there was no tampering involved because Pete was not employed. So he did it the right way if there's a way to do it.
Yeah.
But now if I'm Mike Macdonald and I'm John Schneider, how do I feel about it? And did that affect the way that John Schneider kind of responded to the media? Because remember his energy when the DK and the Geno thing went down. It seemed like he was a bit frustrated, maybe a little bit angry, and did that have something to do with it? There's so many questions now that are being asked just off of that one clip alone, because he's exactly right. If you are close to somebody and you're just having conversation, you call with one topic in mind, you're going to branch off into some other things. And there's a possibility that him being employed by whatever team Pete's employed by was a conversation.
How would you feel if you were Mike Macdonald? Because I was thinking about it, and a listener pointed this out. Technically, Pete was billed as an advisor to the Seahawks, right? Oh, he's in an advisory role. Now, when the news initially broke he would be in an advisory role, most people I know interpreted it as a cushiony way to say someone was fired. Yeah. Hey, this person has earned so much respect by virtue of bringing this team its first championship, by virtue of being the winningest coach in franchise history, that we're not just going to fire him and kick him out the door. We're going to say, we're still keeping him as in an advisory role. But like,
he went no advisor.
At no point did I hear about like Pete being around the facility.
He was not in that building.
No, and you kind of have to be aware of that. Right. When you're bringing in a new coach trying to establish a culture, you kind of got to be aware of not stepping on toes, right? With the former coach being there. But even then I was wondering, like, I don't know that Mike Macdonald would see it as, well, Pete's here to advise. Like, if I'm Mike Macdonald, I'm going like, man, I kind of wish that my quarterback would come to me.
Yeah, but I think Mike also understands that type of relationship it's established over years.
Sure.
You don't just hop on the scene and automatically I'm close to this guy. And then there's another side that I think we need to talk about. We'd be irresponsible not to. What if Mike Macdonald, John Schneider, and Pete had a conversation about this, and Pete was upfront about it, said, look, man, I know Geno wants an extension. I don't know which way you guys are going. I'm going to get this job over here. Would you mind if I talk to Geno and threw something out there for him? I think that's a possibility, too. I'm still leaning towards the other one, though, that when Pete was not employed and having these conversations with Geno, that he threw it out there. But, no, I don't think Mike Macdonald could feel bad or feel some type of way about Geno not consulting in him, because you earn that trust, right? I go to therapy once a month. You know how long it took me to open up to that dude? I'm like, look, bro, I don't know you like that. You know what I'm saying? I got to learn to trust you. And I feel like that's how most conversations go. So Mike Macdonald has to understand that.
He was like, how was your day? Good. How was yours?
I was like, it was all right.
I'm not answering
All right,
questions.
what you do today?
One more little nugget of information from Albert Breer. This one on sentiment shared by some former Seahawks that they don't handle veteran departures well.
Yeah, I would say they're really fair. I mean, I think, like, you look at the DK thing, that thing could have gotten very, very ugly. And you guys know how these things work with, like, players getting their pride hurt. I mean, you know, these are high-level athletes who in a lot of cases, you know, rightfully so, like, feel like, you know, the elite of the elite. And so to be told you can't play here anymore can be a tough thing for an athlete to deal with. You know, and I even think to the Russell Wilson thing and, like, how that could have been really ugly. And I think the last couple of years you saw, I had a pretty good vantage point of, like, how ugly those situations got in Denver and Pittsburgh with Russ, and how many people were in those buildings were turned off, and like how the exit was really not good. And, you know, then I think of Seattle and all of the history there and everything that had built up over the years. And like, it actually was relatively clean.
How do you think the Seahawks front office handles veteran departures, veteran trades? They have come under fire from former players before.
I don't think they do it the best. I mean, we've seen what happened with Bobby with stuff being leaked. We don't know. The Seahawks say, look, nothing was leaked. Bobby say it was leaked. We look at Earl Thomas and how that thing went down. Russell Wilson, it wasn't clean. It wasn't the ideal situation. So when it comes to the major names, the big names that affect your team the most, it doesn't seem like they've done a great job at handling the splits. But there aren't too many splits that are just so clean. Like, even in relationships, I know some people who are like so cool with their ex. Me, if we break up, I'm like, listen, I don't hate you, but I'm gonna need some space. We ain't gonna kick it like that. Some people are just, let's go on trips together, our families and all that. I don't operate like that. Well, so maybe, you know, there's different ways to do this.
Well, Geno and the Seahawks see each other in 2026, and selfishly, I hope Geno's still with the Raiders, because I don't know, man, I've just become so much more interested in the Pete Carroll Raiders team. Chip Kelly there. I think it's a fascinating team that for this year doesn't affect the Seahawks at all. So I'm like kind of rooting for them. But we'll see what this meeting looks like in 2026, what these two teams look like. Who's going to be under center for Seattle? I don't know. Jeff Passan explains why he thinks the Mariners could go on a run next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Parango and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined Find hair restoration. From the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. The majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
A stunner in the NBA. The Nuggets have fired head coach Mike Malone with only 5 games left in the regular season. Malone helped lead Denver to the team's only NBA championship in 2023. Mel Kiper Jr.'s newest 2-round mock draft has Cam Ward as the unsurprising number 1 overall pick by the Titans. Colorado Shedeur Sanders falling to the Saints at number 9.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Jeff Passan was on Brock and Salk this morning, surprisingly optimistic about the Mariners. I know that a lot of people are frustrated. Maybe a win last night against Houston is going to help things, but he thinks this team could go on a run. We will eventually get to that cut, and you'll hear why. First, let's start with him saying frustrations are understandable, and then some praise for Jorge Polanco.
Jorge Polanco is like the only one hitting right now. If the Mariners don't have him right now, I don't know where they are. Like 4-7 is not great, but I think it could be a lot worse, which is an odd thing to say, but a reality of this team. Like they have not played good baseball to this point, and the frustration is understandable.
Bump, something I did not think I would be saying on April 8th of this year. Where would the Mariners be without Jorge Polanco? I just did not foresee that one.
Where would I be without you?
That's how I feel about Jorge Polanco. I'm like, God, thank God your knee's okay enough to DH.
And that is exciting and it's sad at the same time, because going into the season, we did not say, look, if Jorge doesn't play well, I don't know what we're going to do. We're talking Julio. We're talking Cal, we're talking Randy, we're talking Victor Robles. So he is the knight in shining armor at this point of the season, and thank God for him, because he's had clutch moments already, and he's been the only one who's been consistent. Mm-hmm. Could you imagine if he just had help with 1 or 2 more bats? Randy started off the season pretty hot, not as far as numbers, but he was hitting the ball. He's still hitting the ball pretty hard, right? He's just getting unlucky in a lot of situations. Yeah. But it's more fuel for the fire for the people who want to just harp on Julio and how he's not going to be a superstar, how he's not performing up to his contract. And up to this point of the season, they have reason to speak that way of him, even though, he does have 3 home runs and it's the fastest he's gotten to that. But, yeah, everybody else got to pick it up. Polanco is the only one who I feel like I can count on right now, which is something that I'm surprised I'm saying on the Bump and Stacy show.
You know who not quietly has got to pick it up, but who really has to? Now, it's one thing if I'm looking at, Rowdy Tellez, and I'm going, man, tough stuff. Really tough stuff. 1 for 18. Not something you want to see. But my expectations were not sky high for Rowdy. I wasn't expecting Rowdy to be part of this club. I'm okay with the question of, hey, what do you do about this guy being one that we're having in April? I'm fine with that. Mitch Garver in a bounce-back season, not really having a bounce-back season, 2 for 16. I know J.P. Crawford last night has sacrifice bunt that he executed well, and it worked. And I trust that he can improve on his season, but 4 for 29, not great. Granted, 9 walks, okay? He is doing something we wanted him to do early. I will give him credit for that, but he's someone I look at and go, we need more from JP.
Yeah, you do. Defensively, he's been okay, right? He's made a couple of big plays, especially the one from last night. But when you're batting in that, 9 spot, look, you're like the second leadoff, essentially. You're going to be followed by, well, if he was healthy, Victor Robles, and then you go Julio, Randy Cal. You're setting everybody else up. You're the setup guy, and he just hasn't been able to do that quite yet. But at least defensively, he's making some plays. If he doesn't make that play last night, you probably don't win this ball game. And I know we're talking about Rowdy. Rowdy had an E last night, but he also made a heck of a catch on that JP throw to first base. Yeah, they're underwhelming us right now, and you can only do this for so long, because then you dig yourself deeper and deeper into this hole, and you can't ask for Bliss to have the night that he had last night. That's going to happen like once a month if you're lucky, once every couple of months if you're lucky. Can you ask Jorge to be that? That's the Jorge we thought we were getting when he made the move, a couple of years ago. You look at who he was in 2021, and you said if he can be that, then he can be a main contributor to this team, and he is doing that. But you're off to the same slow start that we're used to seeing, and you're scraping by with at least your starting rotation doing what they need to do. So now let's compound the situation. Let's look at the bullpen and they're not what we thought they could be. Santos isn't the guy that we thought he could be. He's only seen him a few times. We'll see if he can get out of the slump or whatever you want to call it that he's in. They're hoping that Brash comes back and saves the day. There's just a lot of hope going on and not a lot of no. Like, when you know something to be true, when you know that Julio's going to have his moments, when you know Randy is going to ball out, you go into games feeling a bit different about your chances to win. At this point of the season, every game that is played, I'm watching the game like, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, the Padres are 8-2 right now, or 9-1, something like that. The best start in their franchise history. The Dodgers just lost the other night, but they're doing their thing. And you're looking at everyone else and saying, all right, that doesn't affect us. We still got to focus on our division and what we have to do. But you realize once again that you don't even have the firepower up to this point of the season to compete with those guys if you were to get in that situation.
I thought this quote from Passan was a bar, and I think it could apply to a couple different players. I thought it was a really good one.
If you can't come through when it matters, then it doesn't matter. This is not going to be a successful team if they can't hit when there are guys on base. And this is not going to be a successful team if their pitching isn't their guiding light, which it hasn't been so far.
Now, again, the way Jeff was talking about this was with a conversation about like runners in scoring position and taking advantage of opportunities in baseball, right? The way that I heard it and thought about it afterward was the idea of clutchness and timeliness. And I just thought it was a bar. And unfortunately, it works against the argument I always make about Julio, where I'm like, it's okay. He can still be a star, because the one knock people have had is, but is he when it matters most?
Yeah.
I just thought it was making me think when I was driving, and I thought it was a great quote.
Curtis, this reminded me of wrestling back in the day, this bar from Passan. So, back in the day, The Rock, he'd ask you a question, and you say, hey, how's Julio and everybody?
It doesn't matter what you think.
Thank you. Exactly. It doesn't matter.
I was not going to have your back on that.
I know.
one.
That's why I had to switch my energy over there, because I knew Curtis was going to get that. That's what it feels like. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you cannot be clutch, if you can't be consistent, so what? We're just going to keep talking about the same stuff.
Yeah.
4-7, right? Is that what they are? 4-7? All right, 4-7. 3 games under 500. You got 2 more opportunities, one today, one on Wednesday, to try to get to 500, and we can go from there. That's how quickly things can change in this game. Now, let's not forget that the Astros aren't playing their best ball either. They've kept you in the game. See if you can do it again. But this series is important to me, because this will be the 3rd series, and you have opportunity here. Your rotation is doing what they're supposed to do. You need the bullpen to play a bit better, and just need some consistency. Man, I'm tired of seeing Julio falling out the box, swinging at pitches he's not supposed to swing at. And who was I listening to the other day? I think it was a post game, and they said that I think it was Shannon. Never mind. We'll wait until we listen to Shannon.
Jeff Passan, this was as part of a conversation about runners in scoring position. I'm going to play 2 cuts back to back here.
I mean, if we want to take this further, the Mariners have the worst batting average with runners in scoring position in baseball this year at 139. They are slugging 167, also the worst in baseball. And the reality is, I know I don't want to small sample you, because I don't like doing that. It feels like a crutch. It feels like a cop-out. But we're only 11 games into the season. And I feel like this sort of thing tends to, like runners in scoring position, you have your outliers every year. And the teams that are really good at it sometimes make a playoff run that was unexpected. And teams that are really bad at it might actually be good teams otherwise. But there's no rhyme or reason. There's no method to the madness.
He says it comes back to coaching.
I don't know that this is going to be a year where the Mariners, with runners in scoring position, are historically atrocious. They sure have been for 11 games. And that's the sort of thing where it comes back to coaching, right? And it comes back to just an extreme emphasis on, hey, we need to understand jobs that need to get done, and we need to go out and execute. And they have not been able to do it at this point.
Fascinating insight. Like it or not, there is some positivity and a silver lining to take from this, which is Jeff saying they are historically bad to the point where it can feel like an anomaly. There will be some regression toward a bit of an average. To your talent level, you're not going to become, a great lineup when you're not. But you may not be always this bad with runners in scoring position.
I mean, You can't get worse. You're the worst in the game right now.
You could.
You
I guess.
could get worse, but as far as where you stand compared to everyone else, you can't get worse. So what does Dan do? What does Edgar do? What do you say to these guys? Because this isn't an emotional game. I could have the most fire halftime speech I've ever said in my life, and my boys will come out and play great for 2 or 3 series, and let's see if we can turn this thing around. In baseball, it just don't work like that. So what do? You remind them of the fundamentals. You remind them of your philosophy and the things that they do when they are successful. That's all you can do. And you try to set them up. How does Dan set them up? You set them up by making great decisions with the bullpen. But the bullpen still has to come out and execute. The rotation has to continue to do their thing. There's only so much you can do. But the part that is disappointing is that you're not surprised that they're one of the worst teams in the game with runners in score position. No, we're not, because this is what we expected with the same guys that are coming back. There are some positive surprises. Jorge Polanco, all right, man, without you, where will we be? Logan, looking like he's getting even better, which is scary for everyone else in MLB. So there are some things that you can look at and say, oh, we're getting better there, but you can't counter the positives with all this negative. And the negatives for the negatives are the same things that we saw last year. It's killing me softly right now to watch this team play, because every year I go into this season optimistic and hoping that the analysis is correct, that the people upstairs are people that we talk to and they tell us we have a good team. I believe that they think that, so I'm going to give it a chance. 11 games in, there's still some things that can happen for this squad, but it needs to happen pretty soon, or you're going to lose a lot of fans. They're still going to show up and support you because Seattle fans are awesome, but you're going to lose them mentally.
Could they be going on a run? That's what I teased heading into this segment. Now let's get to that cut from Jeff Passan.
It wouldn't surprise me to see the Mariners. I don't know if it's going to happen this week. I don't know if it's going to happen next week. But it would not surprise me to see the Seattle Mariners go on a run because they start getting a little bit better luck in those situations. The average on balls in play with runners in scoring position this year is 175, I believe. That's not good, and that is definitely going to get higher. But I look at this team, and I don't know. I just feel like they got a run in them coming up, and it would be a pretty good time to have it with 2 more games against the Astros and then 3 against the first-place Texas Rangers, who, by the way, have had an even worse offense than the Mariners have this year.
Could you see a run for Seattle coming up? Again, next couple series against Houston at home, against the Rangers here in Seattle, on the road against the Reds, Blue Jays, Red Sox.
Of course, always reserve space for them to go on the runs because we see it every year. Every year I've been working with you, they go on a run where they start to make you believe in their philosophy and the players who are out there. So, yeah, it's so many games to be played. There's no way they're not going to go on a run. But it's about when the bats aren't hot, can you win those close ones? Or when the arms aren't hitting their spots in the zone, can the offense dig deep and help them out? Because that is what team sports is all about. Right now, I just don't have the confidence that if the starters aren't balling, that the bats are gonna have their back and get going. The only time they produced 9 runs was when we had Castillo F. Baby on the mound, and not the real Castillo, and a bullpen day, and things happen. But I just need to see more of that.
Let's see. I'm going to go to one more here. This is looking beyond this year, obviously, but asked about the depth the Mariners will have over the next couple years. Jeff Passan, especially high on what Everett's looking like.
Like having in the same lineup Colt Emerson and Johnny Farmelo and Michael Arroyo and Laz Montez, and then in the rotation having Senja. I mean, Everett might be the best team in the minor leagues this year. And if you get abhorred by watching the major league roster, then maybe go out to the suburbs because you're going to see good baseball there too. But I think the point is these guys, if they succeed this year, are going to be at AA next year with Emerson potentially, ascending even quicker. And once you're at AA, it's like you could reasonably get called up to the big leagues at that point.
Talking about the farm is not meant to be a salve for watching bad baseball currently. It's not meant to be like but hey, look at this. Don't look over there. Look here. What it's meant to do is take a step back and say, what can we say about this team right now? Bump, if you step back from the Mariners as an organization, what can you say about the team right now?
What can I say about them?
Yeah.
The same thing that everyone says about them.
Not enough.
Not enough. Rotation is fire. Julio needs to play better. And you need more help. Randy needs to play better. He's swinging at a bunch of bad pitches right now. It's the same thing. Yeah, great rotation. That seems like it's going to waste. And that's the tough part about watching this go down, is that you feel like these young arms who are keeping you in the game are eventually going to fade. And now you have bigger problems.
I did find myself wondering when he was talking about Everett, who he said, look, they might be the best minor league club in baseball.
So what?
Well, and I found myself thinking, yes, and why couldn't you trade prospects? Like, why couldn't you do that?
They just don't hold the value anymore. People see, that's the thing. Other organizations want to win right now, and they'll do whatever they can to win right now. So they're looking at these prospects. They don't help us win right now. They help us win down the road. So if we're stepping back and we're looking at the whole organization and we're focused on Everett, we got a problem, a huge problem.
All right, let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's a draft rumor you absolutely love?
I love this, man. I'm hearing that, and yeah, I'm sure you guys have heard it too, Shedeur Sanders slipping to the 9th spot, going to the Saints, but I'm liking what the Raiders could possibly do, and that is draft Genty. And I think that would help the Raiders tremendously. We talked about the lack of weapons they had yesterday. You do have Brock Bowers. You have Geno over there. Jacoby Myers is a good receiver as well. Kyle Phillips is a young guy at UCLA. And then there's one more, Tucker, over there. But nothing that's going to overwhelm you. If you were to get Genty over there, you will help the worst rushing game in the NFL. 79 rush yards per game. Alas, 10 rushing touchdowns last year, 4th least in the NFL. If you really want to help Geno, you want to help him take that next step or take a step forward, it has to be help with the run game. And, of course, you got to have defense as well. But I love Genty in Las Vegas with Geno, trying to revitalize that run game. We all know a quarterback's best friend is, of course, an offensive line and a run game to keep those linebackers and safeties' eyes in the backfield. So if that were to happen, I love it. And then I also love Shedeur going to New Orleans. You talk about he's not the biggest, the fastest, or the strongest. What do? You put him indoors, so the elements don't really jack with you that much. Then you look at the division. Like, you go to Tampa, it's warm over there. You go to Atlanta, that's indoor. I think Carolina, it gets a little cold over there in Carolina, but it's warm over there at times as well. I think that's the perfect spot for Shedeur, but it's more about Genty going to the Raiders and helping out that run game.
Second down. What quarterback is more talented than the top 2 quarterbacks but will not be drafted before them? I like this question.
More talented doesn't mean he's a better quarterback, but physically this guy's more talented, and that's Jalen Monroe. I mean, he ran a 4.37 at his pro day. He rushed for 726 rushing yards. In 2023, he had 23 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. If he were to put that type of year together in 2024, 23 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, he'd be talked about a bit more. But because he went 16 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, and had more interceptions than touchdowns the last few games, people are frowning on him. He's a project. But I'm watching his film. I'm looking at his pro day, all that good stuff. He is the most physically talented quarterback in this draft right now. He's bigger, faster, stronger than everybody out there. But this is a quarterback position. We got a guy in Shedeur Sanders who doesn't have a strong arm, who's considered number 2 quarterback. I think Mel Kiper has him as the number 1 quarterback, but he talks to GMs and owners and stuff, and they put Cam in front of him. Cam can throw from any slot angle when he throws that football. Jalen Monroe is still more talented than him. So that just tells you just how important other things are when it comes to the quarterback spot. You got to be able to take care of the football. Jalen Monroe did not do that in 2024, but he will get drafted maybe second day. I'm hearing maybe even in the second round right now because people are just enamored with his physical capabilities. But yeah, he's the most talented physically quarterback in this draft, but he will not go before those guys, before like maybe 3 to 4 of the quarterbacks.
Third down. What's something Travis Hunter did during pro day that was a flex?
It was a flex. I went back and I watched his pro day, his route running. Route running needs some work. He's not the most fluid route runner. He looks like
excitable.
You see his ability. You know what I mean? Yes. But it doesn't look as natural and as fluid. But he's gonna make plays. He's gonna get open. But what he did was he did his whole pro day without any gloves. And I think that's a flex. Because when I tell these dudes, these young receivers, to take off their gloves, you should the eye rolling, oh my God, what am I going to do without my gloves? Catch the dang football, right? If you can catch the football without gloves, man, you can catch the football at a high rate with gloves. So I like that about him. He said, I'm not going to wear my gloves during my pro day. I'm going to go out and do my thing. But the route running does need a little bit of work. You see the potential there, but that's not what they're paying him for, what they're going to pay him for. They're going to pay him to get open, be faster, be taller, and go attack the ball at a high point. So, yeah, I like that he did that because I don't think I've done one practice without my gloves on unless my coach told me to back in Pullman, and that was because the receiver group was having a bad day catching the rock, and he blamed the gloves. Take the gloves off. So he was old school, playing the 70s. I'm like, Coach, man, it ain't the gloves, man. It's just cold and rainy out here, dog.
Yeah.
Like, let us do our thing.
How much is the difference, though, noticeable versus, like, it's just...
Oh, it's significant. I mean, I've seen guys with 65 rating hands go to at least a 75, 80 just with the gloves on. It's a mental thing,
yeah,
but it stops the spin of the ball,
yeah,
and it just sticks to your hand. It's almost feel like it should be illegal, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I was wondering, like, just as a pass catcher, how much of it is like what is even an elite pass? What does Justin Jefferson look like playing a season without them? Yeah. Like, what do those numbers look like?
He still makes some catches, but you're gonna drop a few that you normally wouldn't drop.
Wow, 4th down. You've been thinking about the Olympics right around the corner. What can be a huge, is it move made by the U.S. in the Olympics?
Yeah, I meant to put a huge mistake.
A huge mistake.
Huge mistake.
Made by the U.S. in the Olympics.
So flag football is going to be introduced to the Olympics in 2028. And I think the owners and the GMs are going back and forth whether they should let NFL players participate in it. You have to let these guys participate in it. Even if it's not just the starters, like the stars, the Pat Mahomes and all those guys, let the twos or something get into this because you don't want to happen to this situation what happened to men's basketball when you lost to the Soviet Union. He had to bring in Jordan and all those guys. This is our game. So at least to start this thing, you want to make sure the world knows that we are the best at this because in flag football, anybody can get it. You're not depending on 300-pound linemen to protect your quarterback. There are some fast, agile individuals all across this world. And if you've ever been in the 7-on-7 circuit, I have a team, 7-on-7 ETA, holla at me, right? And we beat teams that talent-wise we shouldn't beat. But why do we beat them? Because the strategy, because we're coaching them up, and we're just a better ran program. And we'll beat teams. I remember we went down to Atlanta one time. National championships. We went down to Atlanta and made it all the way to the finals. We're beating teams from Louisiana. We're beating teams from Florida. And they're looking at us, these dudes from Washington, like, how are they doing this? Because it's 7-on-7. All you got to do is get coached up and have your quarterback get hot, and anybody has a chance. So you don't want this to happen. It will be embarrassing if you don't send your guys out there and the U.S. doesn't establish themselves as the best team in the world.
One golf fan is having the worst week imaginable. We'll tell you how he got banned from the Masters, maybe on accident, next.
4th down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Which Seahawks offensive lineman will have the biggest jump in 2025?
I think it's going to be Chris Haynes. The more I watch this film, the more I understand the offense, I think that this fits him. I think everyone's going to improve. I think Man's going to improve, Gerald's going to improve. But the way he plays the game now fits this type of offense. If Kubiak were here last year, Chris Haynes would have gotten more opportunity.
4th down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. What dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? You're getting good at this. It is Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who is the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer a free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all their new Fords. How about this one? Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit back to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given back over $750,000 to customers who have sold them their cars. Finally, what dealership has been family owned and operated in Auburn for 103 years? You guessed it. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their lowest price. Shop over 800 new Mazdas online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click on Get the Mazda of Everett price for their best deal. Shop MazdaofEverett.com or stop in and meet our friends at Mazda of Everett located in Everett at 11409 Highway 99. If you're shopping for a new car, make sure our friends at Mazda of Everett are on your list.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. 1 million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy. We're going to start with shocking news in the NBA before we get to a wild story ahead of the Masters. First, Another stunning NBA firing. The Nuggets are parting ways with head coach Mike Malone. Only 5 games left in the regular season. That ties the record for the latest in-season firing in NBA history. The Nuggets currently hold the 4th seed in the West. They are in danger, though, of sliding into the play-in round for the 7th and 8th seeds after losing 4 straight. Malone led Denver to the team's only championship in 2023 and is the winningest coach in Nuggets team history. Nuggets GM Calvin Booth is also fired. Why? Why?
I don't understand that either. It's personal. You don't do that at this point of the season. The Western Conference is about to be crazy when it comes to the playoffs. It's going to be nuts. It's going to be so competitive, and they're right in the mix. It looks like they're going to be in the playing game, so you have some work to do. But this is just a emotional type of firing, and when you do it at this time of the year, that means that coach, GM, owners, whoever, we're just not on the same page, which I don't understand, but I'm not in that building. I'm not in the office with them. I would have just waited. You got to ride some out sometimes. Be like, all right, man, let's just get through this year, and then we'll talk about it when it's all said and done.
I'm just genuinely, as someone not as closely tuned into like front office moves or, firings, when it could, like I could tell you like big stars or kind of like what teams are doing well, but like I saw this news and thought, why? What's happening?
Yeah.
Like I don't get it. I need to know more, and I still need to know more.
What's going on? I'm looking
That's
at
the rest of the NBA.
I'm looking at their schedule, and it's not like they've been playing some horrible ball. Like they've lost 3 out of their last 5, but they're not playing horribly. So yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah. Next story here. One golf fan is having the worst week imaginable. Struggling here. Oh my God, Matt.
Change your voice.
All right,
I need you to
right.
respect the music and speak like we are at the Masters, please. This is Masters Week. This is a big deal for me.
Silence on the greens. Ex-user Josh Nauer had his Masters tickets revoked by Augusta National because they appeared on a Facebook ticket resale group, something the club strictly forbids. Quiet now, we're watching Josh. Josh did some investigating and found a fake Facebook profile using his name to list the tickets in the Facebook group. He's since written an appeal letter to Augusta, but as of today, hasn't received a response. Tournament starts Thursday.
That was great. That was great. Good
Do
job.
they ever shush each other?
Oh yeah, people being loud, but it's Augusta, man. People know. You better shut your mouth.
This is wild though, so I'm gonna read a part of the thread itself. He says he won tickets through the lottery, paid for them, and then received them in the mail. He planned to attend with his wife, brother, and friend. He did not tell anyone. His wife knows, his brother knows, his friend knows. No one else knows, okay? He has paid for childcare arrangements.
Man.
He has paid for plane tickets.
Man.
He has let his work know that he will be gone. He is very clearly planning on attending the Masters at this point and sent that evidence to the Masters. Look, I'm not selling these tickets. Here's all the arrangements I've made to very clearly attend this event. He says, I was floored. I would never sell Masters tickets. And then he found this fake Facebook profile. Who made it? Who made the profile?
Somebody, hey, you got an enemy out there.
You got someone on your
You got an
inner
enemy.
circle. You have only told your wife, your brother, and your friend, and someone made with your picture, your family photo, a Facebook profile.
Somebody snitching. Somebody don't like you, dog.
I know. Curtis, do you
I
have
don't know
a
what you
theory?
do for a living. I don't know.
Someone.
I know.
Someone knows something.
Maybe he's like screwed over a friend in the past, and this is how they get back at him. But
It's just a weird thing to do.
God.
I wonder if this has happened to other people. Because what if it's like,
Possibly.
and also, this person, how do they expect to get this? What if Josh is lying?
That's the thing, is that we don't know the full scope of this. People are like tagging other members of Augusta National, like Condoleezza Rice is a member of Augusta National, and people are like, hey, Condi, can you help out
You're like,
Josh here?
Get this to the president. Someone needs to call Trump, get Trump on the line, and just immediately say, we need to get to the bottom of what happened with Josh. I don't know, call Joe. Call Kamala, call anyone, literally anyone.
Because these tickets, I mean, I think if you buy them, they're like close to a couple grand a day. Like, these are not cheap at all.
And you could absolutely make a lot of money reselling them. But the resale, he's got a screenshot of the resale picture that someone created. in early March when presumably he got the tickets. This is not like an active account. Like they've got one Facebook friend. Maybe it's him who followed to be able to see it. Like I want to know how Augusta found this. I don't know.
Resources.
I
They got
need
resources.
to know more. Can we stop the music, Matt? I need to know more with this story.
Matt has us on a 20-minute loop. It'll play throughout our commercial break.
Oh, my God. Next story. Kraken goalie Joey Daccord received a unique honor from Budweiser this week. The beer company gifted commemorative cans to the 28 NHL goalies who have faced Alex Ovechkin in a game and never allowed a goal. Congratulations, Joey, and to the 27 other goalies. He's faced 14 shots from Ovi in 4 games against the Caps.
I don't know how I feel about this.
What do you mean?
I feel like you just need to celebrate Ovechkin and not bring light to the goalies he hadn't scored on. It feels backwards to me. Like, oh, you didn't. Okay, so be it. You did your job. Okay, like
but
make
what
a
if only
can
28
for
people?
Ovechkin. Make a can for him.
The number of goalies that have played in the time Alex Ovechkin's
Man,
been on,
I get it. I get it. I
think it's a funny marketing
Why Ovi?
campaign. Budweiser posts it's the 0 of 895 group. 199 shots against, 0 behind them. And it has obviously all of their names listed out with all the shots that they faced.
Daccord's got one of the higher totals.
Yeah.
14.
Let's see who's got
I think
the
19.
highest.
Vitek Vanacek.
Yeah, Joey Daccord with 14 and then
Not many in the double
Condon.
digits.
No. So, I mean, that's something to be proud of.
Why is
Maybe
it
they
so
should have saved it.
randomized?
What if they saved it for only double digits?
Yeah, I
That'd
see
be
that.
a
There's a
very
couple
impressive
ones.
group.
There's a couple
Yeah,
twos.
there's 2s in there.
Yeah.
But why is it in like alphabetical order or numerical order? Why they
It
got
just
my
goes
eyes
by
going
vibes.
everywhere?
It's just by vibes.
Just-
Maybe it's
just-
chronological.
Just throw it up there. Yeah, maybe.
Because
That
Joey's
makes
one of the
sense.
newer.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I just highlight Ovi. He needs his own can too.
Yeah.
And then you put one of all the goalies that he scored on.
Would you, if
need a 40
Budweiser,
ounce for that.
here's my question. Does Budweiser send you like a 6-pack of this, or do you get one can?
Should get a 6-pack.
Imagine they send you
just one.
Imagine they send you one can, or they don't even.
What if it's a tall boy then? I'd be fine with just a tall boy.
What if it's just a normie?
Give me a 40 ounce. 40 ounce to put all the names on it.
I think they should give you the number of saves that you had, or the number of goals, shots that you blocked is the number of cans you should get.
I like that too.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
like he should get 14 cans.
14 of them.
I feel like that would be more than fair. More than fair. Next up, the Astros will be without starting pitchers Spencer Arrighetti for a while, or Curtis, as they
Arrighetti.
say in Italian.
His nickname is Spaghetti.
I love it. He broke his right thumb. Don't love that for him after he was struck by a line drive during Monday's batting practice at T-Mobile Park. So just a heads up for this series. Still to come, we've got Brady Henderson joining us. By the way, he got his hands on some information about Sam Darnold's contract. So some updates there from Brady Henderson. We're taking a look at another mock draft coming up at 11:45, the latest name mocked to the Seahawks. Not especially surprising per se, but going in a direction I find interesting. And that is the tease that I will give you about that 11:45 segment, the latest from the mock draft. Mel Kiper Jr. mocks the first 2 rounds. Again, we're mostly going to go Mariners for the rest of the day. Obviously, you got the dugout coming up at 1. Shannon's going to join us. Good stuff from Shannon. Gary Hill. We've got Stat Spotlight with Alex Mayer coming up at 1:45. And as we take a look around the NFL, Adam Schefter says there's a real, I can't believe this, there's a real possibility the 49ers don't give Purdy a contract extension. Again, all of that.
That's crazy.
I know. All of that coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
Talk to our man in San Diego, Daniel Jeremiah.
Home run pick for an interior offensive lineman to fit these Seahawks and plug and play starter day one is
Grace Abel. The ability to get out in space and do things second level and pull them and just give you the versatility. Plus, he's got legit 5-position flex. I thought he would be just a tremendous value for him.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's up? It's Michael Bumpus for Silver Reef Casino. I made the trip this past weekend. It was a nice little drive up 5. I put on a playlist. I was vibing all the way there. And when I got there, they did not disappoint. I pull in the parking lot. I walk into the lobby, and I see all the decoration. The wood was everywhere. Then I get to my room, and I had the deluxe king room with the tablet as promised, and they put some money in my pocket. I go downstairs to the steakhouse. I had me a nice steak. I didn't eat at the cantina, but I had to go check out the Mexican vibes over there. It was awesome. After dinner, I needed to sit down and watch some ball. So where do I go? Porter's Bay Sports Bar. It was great. TVs everywhere, nice and big. I'm sitting right in front. I got all the action. I didn't get a chance to actually play golf, but I did go hit the range and see the historic clubhouse at Lumen Trails Golf. It was a great experience, man. I even met a guy named Rudy. He watches our show, shook my hand and said, I can't believe you're here. I told you I was coming to Silver Reef Casino. If you're getting FOMO, don't trip. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay today. It is worth the drive.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close. And they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Harbor Freight knows time is money, so for our Spring Black Friday sale, we're getting straight to the deals. This weekend, you get 35% off jack stands, 56-inch roll cabs under $800, and 2,300 PSI electric pressure washers under $190. See? Straight to the point, so you can get straight to the savings. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until April 13th, 2025 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last dent, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent, Accurate
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Another day, another mock. This one from Mel Kiper Jr., another one for ESPN, just a 2-round mock. Obviously, we're going to get to some of the stuff that's interesting outside of Seattle, but we are going to start with pick number 18, see what's going on for the Seahawks. He does go offensive line. He goes with a tackle. Pick number 18, Kelvin Banks Jr. out of Texas. Mel says Banks gave up 3 sacks over 42 starts at left tackle for the Longhorns. He's agile for 6'5" and 315, has some pop. He says the Seahawks have Charles Cross at left tackle, so Banks could help elsewhere on a lackluster offensive line. I know that everyone's looking at the interior of the line, but typically, and I don't think John Schneider would disagree, that's not a position, center guard, that people are drafting in the first half of the first round or around the halfway point. Like, that is when you see tackles go. I've just kind of entered the season going, but they have that. Like, when you have a massive question mark on the interior, why take a tackle?
I hear that, and I think that they're thinking one of the tackles can be moved to the guard spot, and the name that we keep hearing is Abe Lucas being moved to the guard spot.
Yes.
Or maybe they're thinking, okay, because Abe Lucas has had a history of, not being healthy, you get one just in case it doesn't work out. Either way, I think Abe Lucas is a player that you want on the football field if he's healthy. I don't project him as a guard. I got to hit a Big Ray and see what he thinks about that because just of his size and the way that he moves. But that has to be part of their thinking. It's either moving Abe to that spot or having a guy there just in case Abe isn't healthy. But I follow Abe on social media, reached out to him a couple of times, and it looks like he's doing great. He looks strong. He just hit a PR on deadlift the other day, like almost 600 pounds or something like that. He looks great, but you know how the season goes, man. Wear and tear happens. So I think that's my thinking behind the whole deal.
Yeah, now Mel Kiper does say as part of this, look, Banks could move to the either guard spot. He said that while his 42 starts were at left tackle, Banks could fit in at any of either guard spot or right tackle where Lucas is playing. So he said any of those 3. I just kind of have a natural question mark that pops up when we start talking about, well, take this guy and move him. And it comes from a past of watching the Seahawks just try to move guys around on the offensive line or take former non-offensive line players and maybe we can do this here. Like, I want you to get a guard who's a great guard. I want you to get a center who is one of the best centers in college football. Like, that's what I want to see.
I mean, there are situations where guys move spots because in college, you do what's best for the team. And because there's so many teams out there, you can get away with a traditional guard playing a tackle spot just because of your league. And there's no really edge rushes that he can't handle. But, yeah, you're right. I would feel much better if you got a guy who actually did that for 3-4 years and showed that he's capable because this is the NFL. It's a different game, man. There's only about 1,500 players in this league, and you're seeing the best of the best. Even if you're playing a team that has 1 or 2 wins on the season, it's going to be tough. So I could see the thought process behind moving a guy from outside to inside, inside to outside. But as Big Ray says, I want a guy with a PhD at the guard spot.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. He has Nick Emenwari out of South Carolina going at number 19 to the Bucs. In theory, according to Mel Kiper's latest mock, Emenwari would be available for Seattle at 18. He's been a really popular choice from listeners, Bump. Every time we talk about mocks, I see people calling for him.
For who?
Nick Emenwari.
Oh, Emenwari, yeah. Me too. I mean, because when you watch the film, there's no denying what he's capable of doing. He gives me Cam Chancellor type of vibes, a little smaller and a little faster, but is violent at the point of attack when it's time to make the tackle or make the play. And then when the football is in his hands, he's not one of these DBs that are just looking to get down or get as many yards and step out of bounds. He's looking to take that thing to the house. And it's big playability. That's what you pay for. So when guys like that are available and you're looking at your guard spot and you're thinking, why not go there? It's because talent wins all. Talent defeats all. You got enough talent on that football field, you can make up for some shortcomings, even if that talent is on the other side of the football. And then I go back to what I've said all the time. And the Kubiak offense will allow for some of these guys to play better ball offensively.
Some other interesting selections. He's got the Rams taking Jackson Dart at 26. What do you think about the Rams? I mean, they're going to need to eventually find their successor.
I'm not mad at that. How many more years do you think Matthew Stafford got?
This year.
That's it?
Yeah.
1 or 2? Maybe 2?
Mm-mm.
You think this is it, huh?
And that's not me being a hater. It's just me going like, for the last 2 off seasons at least, we've been talking about, are they going to run it back? What's going to happen here? You got to find someone eventually.
Right. I mean, they tried to break up this offseason too. Like Matthew was looking other places, and the Rams were holding off.
Right, and then they hung on to him. And I know that it's an extension beyond, but like I wonder if what happens with Matthew Stafford is what happened with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, and what happened with Brett Favre before him, and what happens with any older veteran quarterback. You start getting into your mid to late 30s, they draft a quarterback, and the writing's kind of on the wall, where you're like, the second I have a 4-game stretch throwing a bunch of picks, they're throwing Jackson in.
Yeah, I think Matthew has a couple years left. But I think because I think he has a couple years left, I'm not mad at them exploring Jackson Dart. You always got to plan for the future when you're dealing with a 37-year-old who's had some elbow, shoulder injuries. You have to make sure you're prepared for the future. So, yeah, that move makes complete sense to me.
Cam Ward at number 1 to the Titans, no surprise at all there. He has the Browns and Giants doing what Mike Greenberg said the other day on With Us. Just take the best player. Forget going with the best quarterback, or forget what's happening with Shedeur Sanders. If that's way too high for Sanders and you don't need a quarterback immediately, then don't do it. Travis Hunter's the best player in the draft. Take Travis Hunter. He's got the Browns doing that. Abdul Carter is the next best player in the draft. Take him. He's got the Giants taking Abdul Carter.
I think the Browns need to take a quarterback. I just read an article that the headline was, will Deshaun Watson ever play again? That's what we're talking about. I understand acquiring talent in other positions. Travis Hunter, I get it. Abdul Carter, I get it. But I'm a believer. You ain't doing nothing without a quarterback. And I think Shedeur Sanders is a pro-style type of quarterback. Not going to wow you with speed, not going to be super athletic. But when you watch the film on this dude, he's on time, and he operated behind one of the worst offensive lines in the country for 2 years. I would go with Shedeur Sanders. I'm not mad at the Travis Hunter deal. I'm not mad at Abdul Carter because I understand what they're thinking. That just wouldn't be my approach. I'm going to get a quarterback to make sure I can build around him. It's almost like you're working outside in instead of inside out. Oh. And we all know in football, you work inside out. You get the dogs in the box, and you put the quarterback in that situation, and then you work on the outside because you can find receivers. You can find the speedsters to catch the football.
Why isn't that the obvious choice then? Last year we saw quarterback, and it all made sense. And those were players that ended up having really solid seasons. And we all kind of knew that it would be Caleb Williams and then one of Drake May or Jaden Daniels. We weren't especially sure what order, but it was obvious what was going to happen at the top of the draft. Yeah. I can't tell if we're talking ourselves collectively as sports media into circles being like, nah, Shedeur, he's going to fall. And then he'll end up going at 2, just like we all said he would a month and a half ago.
Because you try to look at every team situation, and you put the GM cap on, and sometimes you overcomplicate things as a GM, a fake GM that's, all right, I'm going to make my moves for the Cleveland Browns. And you look at the talent that's out there, and there's no denying that Travis Hunter is probably the best overall football player in the draft. That's what gets you. And I think because Travis Hunter is probably the best overall football player, the gap between him and Shedeur when it comes to ability is great. Like if Shedeur Sanders were that caliber of player that played a different position, right? Wasn't the most athletic, wasn't the fastest, but just a good football player, he'd probably be a second rounder. But because he's the quarterback and this is the year that he's coming out, he automatically gets that boost. And we know you can't win without a quarterback. Right. But Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter are the 2 best football players in this draft. But it shows us the importance of a quarterback. All
right, well, that was us talking about other teams' needs. Let's talk about Seattle's. ESPN's Brady Henderson joins us next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
An update on Victor Robles from MLB.com's Daniel Kramer. Imaging revealed the dislocation caused a small fracture in the humeral head of his left shoulder. Currently, it appears the fracture will heal without requiring surgery. That's good news. If no surgery is required, says Daniel, the fracture should heal in approximately 6 weeks.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. ESPN's Brady Henderson joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Brady, how's it going?
It's going great. I just moments ago walked out of the dentist office, so everything's a lot better now than it was 10 minutes ago.
Oh, well, fantastic. I'm so glad to hear that. I am going to start with obviously reacting to Geno Smith's comments. He spoke with Albert Breer from MQB, had a press conference. We heard from Geno. We heard from Albert. What was your general reaction to Geno's sentiment following leaving Seattle?
Yeah, I think Breer was writing about the escape hatches in the contract and the Seahawks offer, and I took that to mean, the Seahawks, the way that they structure contracts typically is that they want to give themselves an out after 1 year, and I would imagine I don't know the full details of what the Seahawks offered Geno compared to what he got from the Raiders, but as far as I understand it, the APY was kind of in the same ballpark, but the Raiders offered him a lot more in terms of guaranteed money. Now, granted, this was just the Seahawks' initial offer, and as we all know, in any sort of negotiation, typically things move around as you continue to negotiate. So if that negotiation had progressed, I would imagine that the Seahawks would have eventually offered him more guaranteed money than they did initially, but I think what he was saying there was that, that Raiders offer, it sounds like there is quite a bit of guaranteed money in year two. So, he is with the Raiders deal. I think that probably locks him into Las Vegas for at least the next couple seasons. Whereas in Seattle, just because of the way that they like to do contracts. And I think as I just learned today or just confirmed today, it sort of follows the same Darnold contract kind of follows the same model of, them giving themselves a potential out after year one because they don't fully guarantee money beyond the first year of a contract. They did that with Darnold. I imagine they wanted to do that with Smith, and I think that's what he was referring to, or what Breer was referring to when he wrote about, kind of the escape clauses or whatever wording he used.
Hey, B, do you think that during the conversations that Geno and Pete Carroll were having during the offseason, kind of being like a mentor to him, that Pete might have hinted towards him coming back to the NFL and maybe linking up with Geno again, or are we just gossip girling over here, and making things up?
I think that's gossip. Yeah, I think there could be something to that. Now, sorry, my rental car is making a bunch of noises here. Oh God, sorry, bear with me.
Be careful, Brady.
Everybody, just hang on. All right, my apologies. So yeah, I now. Technically, he would not be allowed to be in contact with Geno Smith, once he got hired by the Raiders. So I'm not trying to, put Pete Carroll on trial here, but that would be legal. That would be tampering. So he could have done that, as far as I understand it, up until the moment he got hired by the Raiders. But it is, I think, fair to wonder if, that was a factor in all of this, is if Geno maybe thought that, okay, I've got this guy, who has always gone to bat for me. Pete Carroll was always Geno Smith's biggest supporter in the organization as long as Pete Carroll was there. and you heard the comments from Geno about, how much, he would run through a wall for Pete Carroll. So there is a lot of, mutual respect between those guys. And it is sort of wonder if part of the reason that Smith turned down the Seahawks offer the way that he did, not just turn it down, but, he seemed indignant by it. And he seemed, as far as the Seahawks saw it, he seemed unwilling to engage in further negotiations, or at least, at that time. And so I think it is fair to wonder if Geno maybe thought that, there's another team out there with another head coach that he's pretty familiar with that would be willing to give him, a bigger deal than that.
You mentioned as part of another answer that you were able to get a closer look at Sam Darnold's contract. You tweeted earlier you had obtained a copy of the contract. What stood out to you most with this deal?
Yeah, so there was this big discrepancy over this $15 million roster bonus that he's set to make next season. And the roster bonus itself is not all that noteworthy, but the question was whether or not the roster bonus is fully guaranteed right now. And it turns out it's not. There was some, some confusion and basically I think there was a mistake when the contract was entered in, and then certain people who had access to a certain database kind of read some wrong information. But the bottom line is the $15 million roster bonus, it's only guaranteed for injury right now, and then it becomes fully guaranteed later. So the bottom line is, that discrepancy was basically the difference between the Seahawks being able to cut Darnold after one season if he regressed in 2025, being able to cut him with pretty, somewhat reasonable dead cap charges. I think it would be $25.6 million. That is the reality. If that $15 million roster bonus was fully guaranteed, then you're talking about over $40 million in dead money that they would have to take on if they were to cut him after one season, which that is such a high amount that would probably be prohibitive. And so as I understood it, or as I saw it, it was basically the difference between the Seahawks being able to move on from Darnold after one season, or if they would more realistically not be able to do that until two seasons. And when I say move on, I mean cut him, because trading him would be a whole different set of financial situation. But the bottom line is, just as was the case with Geno's last deal, the Seahawks could cut Darnold after one season with, I would say, not non-prohibitive dead cap charges.
So the Hawks giving themselves a way out, right? They are just protecting themselves. Do you think they protect themselves even more in this draft by going and getting a QB late?
That's a great question. And, it's funny because I would have thought that they would have done that a while ago. And anytime we have the conversation of whether or not the Seahawks are going to draft a quarterback, you've always got to come back to the fact that they've only drafted two in 15 years under John Schneider. And so I think it's fair to say that this is a team that does not easily fall in love with quarterbacks in the draft. And I think I asked John about this at the owners meetings a few weeks ago, and he said part of the reason is I think there's a difficulty in developing quarterbacks nowadays because you don't have NFL Europe, and so I think they have sort of tended to go like the Sam Howell route, where they get a guy who's already been in the NFL a couple of years, already sort of gone through some of those growing pains and kind of learned on the job, and they just have felt like that is a better route than drafting a quarterback who is going to need a whole lot of reps that he's just frankly not going to be able to get. Because there's no NFL Europe, because there's the off season, practice has been the whole practice schedule has kind of been reduced. So could they do it this year? Yeah, I think they totally could. With the questions about how obviously Darnold, like we said, is basically on a 1-year deal, and then they'll see. And the fact that they've got, quite a bit of draft capital to do it. It's not a good quarterback draft class, but then again, they weren't really talking. Nobody was ever really talking about, them taking a guy in the first round anyways. And so, you'd be looking at a day 2, day 3 guy all along. And so, I do know that they are bringing in or have brought in Tyler Shuck, the quarterback from Louisville, was 25 years old or something like that. He's quite a bit of experience. So, if the concern previously has been that the guy has not had a lot of reps and he won't get the reps that he needs. Well, that may not exist with a guy like Shuck because, he's been he's played college football, I think, for 6-7 seasons now.
What's your understanding of where John Schneider wants to take the Seahawks? And by that, I mean, I was struck, for instance, by the first part of Albert Breer's article saying that John Schneider and Geno had a very honest conversation about where the team was moving last summer, and John made it clear they were looking at this young core. So we've talked a lot about a rebuild. Like, where do you think he wants to take them? Is there a group of players that he's eyeing, a type of player? What do you think?
Yeah, I wasn't really sure what to make of that part of the Breer story in the context of like what that really meant in terms of Geno. Because you could have a young roster, and that doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a young quarterback. Like if you believe in the quarterback, it doesn't matter if the guy's 25 or 40 years old. So I wasn't really sure what to make of that, but I think it is fair to say that this is a team that is. You've got all the star player, all the really starting players, and in some cases maybe potential star players from that 2022 draft class who are going to be in line for extensions. And as we know, they typically do those later in the off season. So and then beyond that, you've got JSN and Devin Witherspoon a year after that. So yeah, I think it's pretty clear that this team has a really good young core. But in terms of what that meant, for the quarterback, I don't know if that seemed like it may have just been, I don't really know, just maybe a way of kind of telling Geno something in the most palatable way possible. I'm not really sure though.
What do you think is going back to this offense? Stacy and I have been going back and forth talking about, all right, well, they've been projected to draft a tackle. And I see it as two different situations. You tell me if you agree or disagree. If they do draft a tackle, that means that they don't trust Abe or they're going to move Abe into the guard spot. Are both of those scenarios true? And if so, which one do you agree with the most?
I haven't heard anything about possibly moving Abe Lucas inside. I do know that when he was coming back last season, I asked Macdonald if that was a possibility, just because they had all those tackles who had played, and then you've still had the question inside, and he said that was not the case, and obviously it wasn't the case because they put him at right tackle when he was back out there. But I haven't heard anything suggesting that is a thought for them. I do know, they signed Josh Jones, the swing tackle, but I think that they've made it clear that they signed him to be the swing tackle, meaning to be the primary backup at both spots, and so. I think that, just given the nature of Abe Lucas's injury, I don't know how they could have complete confidence that he's going to bounce back from that and he's going to be, 2022 rookie version of Abe Lucas. So I think if the right guy is there, I think they could absolutely take a tackle. I wouldn't expect it to be, early in the draft, but if there's a guy maybe on, late day 2 or at some point on day 3, then I would say they can and absolutely should consider that.
I think the Seahawks are in a weird spot where we've been spending so much of the offseason, particularly since the trade of Geno, talking about, well, is this a version of a rebuild? What are they going to do here? They're also coming off a 10-win season, the only 10-win team not to make the playoffs. So I can understand fans thinking, well, I'm not expecting a Super Bowl season, but God, I want to root for wins. I want to think there's a road to the playoffs. What's a fair expectation for Seattle this year, and how do they get to the postseason?
I think that anytime we have the rebuild conversation, it's sort of pointless unless you really define what a rebuild is. And as I see it, the idea of a rebuild is kind of like a spectrum. You're in, on one end of that spectrum is the full-on tear everything down rebuild, where it's very clear that you're not trying to win that season. You're trying to shed salary, you're trying to accumulate as many draft picks as possible, and you're setting yourself up for what's going to be a very painful season in the hopes that, that painful season will set you up to be a lot better in the future. That's one end of the spectrum. I think the other end of the spectrum that we've seen the Seahawks do in both 2018 and in 2022 is they're rebuilding in the sense that, they're moving on from some pretty high profile players, but they're very much still trying to be competitive. And I think if any team has earned the benefit of the doubt that, they can be quote unquote rebuilding to some extent, but also still planning on winning, it's the Seahawks because, remember after the 2017 season, they moved on from Richard Sherman. They cut him. They traded Michael Bennett. I think that was when Cam Chancellor had just suffered what turned out to be a career-ending injury, and there were some other moves there. So, and they ended up, winning however many games it was in 2018 and making the playoffs as a wild card. And the same thing in 2022. Traded Russell Wilson, cut Bobby Wagner, ended up making the playoffs as a wild card. So, I think you can be rebuilding and still trying to be competitive and still trying to win. A rebuild doesn't have to mean that you're just stripping everything down and you're expecting to go, 4-13 the following season.
Non-Seahawk related, but I'm sure you have an opinion on this. B, what do you think of Shedeur Sanders? Where do you think he lands?
Gosh, it's just so weird to think that it sounds like in any other draft, like if he was in last year's draft, it doesn't sound like he would have been taken before Bo Nix, so he would have been the sixth quarterback at best taken. And so, quarterback needy teams are going to get their quarterback whether they have to overdraft the guy or not. And so I would still anticipate him going in the top 10. But that comes with a caveat that, some team is going to take him in the top 10 that would probably prefer to take him a lot later than that. So, Vegas, that's interesting. I think if any team would be willing to, deal with kind of the sideshow that would come with, drafting Deion Sanders' son, it would probably be Pete Carroll, just because he's shown that he's he doesn't necessarily mind a little bit of drama like that. But again, the Geno Smith contract, it does sound like they are committed to him, for at least the next couple seasons. So that would certainly factor into it. But I don't know. I imagine he goes in the top 5. Maybe he doesn't get by the Giants. Just because that team needs a quarterback pretty badly. They need a long-term answer. They've got the quarterback situation settled in the short term with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, but it's pretty clear that neither of those guys are long-term answers.
Yes, ESPN's Brady Henderson, kind enough to join us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Thanks, Brady.
Thanks, B.
Okay, thanks for having me. See you guys.
Heading to the station for Hype Train. Jeff Passan was on with Brock and Sock earlier today. Had a lot of good stuff to say about the Mariners team, in addition to obvious critiques. He did say this. He thinks that the Mariners have a run in them. Maybe sooner rather than later. That's your first Hype Train. The Mariners do go on a run in April.
All right, what's a run? Define it. Define a run.
2 series wins, like a sweep, and we're talking 6-7 wins in a row. I'm counting that as a run.
Okay, so you got the Astros, got to finish that off. Then you have the Rangers, you have Cincinnati, Toronto, Boston, Miami, and then the Angels. I do not see a run in there. The only run possibly will be Cincinnati and Toronto, right? Maybe Boston, but I don't see them going to run with Houston and the Tex. I always call them Texans. The Rangers. You know what? I'm all about positive vibes. It's going to be April 15th. It's a
reluctant boarding of the train?
April 15th through the 20th will be the run they go on.
Okay.
Yes.
The Mariners do go on a run because Jeff Passan is right, and it's in April. Bump is boarding. He's not quite sure how he got here, but he is boarding with his ticket, looking around going, who else is aboard? Curtis, are you? Is he going to find you there?
Sure. Why not?
Both of you looking so lost.
Yeah, this is me just kind of, maybe if I say it out loud, it'll happen. The stretch that I'm looking at the end of the month, you've got 3 at home against the Marlins, followed up by 2 against the Angels. Those are 2 not so good teams. Maybe you win 4 of 5. Maybe you win all 5. But the Angels did have the Mariners' number last year. But, I want to see a run so badly. But
so bad.
I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm just saying they're going to go on it just to put that good vibe out there. 12 weeks without Victor Robles. That's a long time.
I know.
That's like the All-Star break, basically.
Which, again, who thought that we'd be saying, God, you really hope Jorge Polanco can get out there a little more often. Thank God he's at least healthy right now. And what are you going to do without Victor Robles? Like, if you would have told me on September 1st that's a conversation I'd be having to start the year, I'd be like, well, what happened to Julio? Where's Cal? Did you trade someone? What's going on?
That's the thing, too, is this start Julio's off to the best start of his career.
Yeah, but the
this
bar
is
is
what we've
so
all
high.
asked.
The bar is so high. Julio could hit a home run in this game and go, I don't know, let's say 1 for 4 with like a, or 1 for 3 with a walk, like a solid, and it would not be enough. So I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
Next Hype Train. Jump back to the end of last night's NCAA Men's Tourney Championship. Congratulations to the Florida Gators on their win over Houston. The last moment of the game is what everyone is really talking about. Houston's Emmanuel Sharp looks to get ready to get a shot off and doesn't. Because of that, he comes down with his feet. He will get a traveling violation if he touches the ball again. It's a really weird ending to the game in the final couple seconds. You cannot blame Emmanuel Sharp for Houston's loss to Florida, Bump.
Houston lost that game because they turned the ball over 3 times in the last minute. That's one of them, right? They lost the game because they let a 12-point lead dwindle away. They lost the game because they weren't able to get a bunch of offensive boards down in the clutch. No, it doesn't come down to one play because there's a bunch of sequences that happened before that. So I'm not going to blame it on that young man. He didn't give him a chance to win, but he's not the reason why they didn't win.
You cannot blame Emmanuel Sharp for Houston's
So I
loss
guess I'm
to
on
Florida.
that then,
You're
right?
on the train. Back to back here. Curtis, are you boarding?
Yeah, I mean, for all the reasons Bump said, it was a collective team effort in how they ended up losing to Florida last night. They had many opportunities to put them away. I mean, a 12-point lead in the second half of a college basketball game, you should have the game in hand at that point. I mean, that's a 6-possession or 4-possession if you're knocking down threes, but Houston should have won that game last night. And there were just many opportunities missed by all sorts of guys.
Mm-hmm.
It did come down to him in his, lapse in judgment at the end, but I'm not going to pin it just on him. So I will not blame him. I will board this train.
I think in professional sports, if it comes down to the last play of a game, no matter what happens, let's say it's a quarterback throwing an interception, I would think, well, yeah, I mean, ultimately it came down to you. You get paid the most, the ball's in your hand. That's how the pros work. But something about it being a championship game where they let a 12-point lead, like you said, dwindle away makes me go, he wasn't the only turnover. He wasn't the only problem. And
Make your
Florida's
free
really
throws.
good.
Make your free throws.
So, again, I'm with you guys. All of us aboard that train. Let's see if all of us are boarding this one. Next one into the station. Geno Smith said he felt disrespected by Seattle's offer to him, meaning that Seattle did not offer him guaranteed money in year 2. The Raiders did. The Seahawks did disrespect Geno Smith by not guaranteeing money in year 2 of his contract.
If they disrespected Geno, that means they disrespected Sam as well. And they're consistent with their approach. So I could see where Geno could feel disrespected, but if his agent and himself just kind of looks at the way that the Hawks do contracts, you probably expected this. If Pete Carroll were here, then Geno probably would get some guaranteed money in that second year, but things have changed. I don't think they disrespected him in reality, but I think to Geno they did, and I'm okay with Geno thinking that. But I'm still here in Seattle. I understand how to do business. So no, they did not.
The Seahawks did disrespect Geno Smith by not guaranteeing money in year 2. Bump not boarding. Curtis, are you?
No, I'm not boarding this one. I think Geno Smith, as great as he has been, even if you did sign him to an extension here in Seattle, the Seahawks would be foolish to not be thinking about the future. They'd be foolish to not be thinking about, all right, who's going to be our quarterback after Geno? And it would have just continued to push that elephant in the room back a couple of years, and it's like, at some point you got to rip the Band-Aid off, right? Like, you've got to figure out your quarterback spot beyond 2025, beyond 2026. I think signing Sam Darnold to the contract that he's on puts them closer to making that decision. Whether that means drafting a quarterback in this year's draft or next year's draft, who knows? But yeah, I don't think they disrespected Geno Smith by not guaranteeing money in year 2. I think what they were offering him was, close to market value. And I mean, I just think Geno also was very dead set on returning to Pete Carroll. I think that was ultimately the thing that got this in motion.
While there is a way that a player can be genuinely disrespected, even if we're talking about ungodly sums, I think it would have looked more like the Seahawks offered Geno $29 million or $30 million. That's disrespectful. Yeah. That's blatantly disrespectful. You are underpaying him for the value that he's bringing your organization, underpaying him for market value. them wondering whether a 35-year-old can play just as well at 36 in 2026 is not blatant disrespect.
No,
I don't think
business.
it is. I think it's just, and it's okay for Geno to be like, man, I'm kind of hurt by that. You know, like, look, the Raiders are willing to do it. Pete Carroll believes in me. Why don't you? Like, it's fair for Geno to feel that way. I just don't think it's disrespect blatantly. I think it sounds like they were willing to offer him a little more than they gave Sam for 2025. Just not guaranteed money for either in 2026. So same rule applied.
Yeah, they're consistent. So, you know, sorry, Geno, but use that to fuel you, Geno. I'm with you.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
Game 2 of the Mariners' 3-game series against the Astros gets going at 6:40 p.m. Pre-game show starts at 5:30 p.m. right here on Seattle Sports. We all thought the 49ers were offloading contracts to pay Brock Purdy big money, but what if they don't? What's going on in the NFC West? That's next.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
When you guys bring in free agents, then they leave and you don't sign them, probably unique to each one. But is it just something you learn in that conversation that you go, okay.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical, it could be personality, financial, how they're going to be a fit in the building, how much they love football, what kind of worker are they. You know, there's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Roland Smith. And we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball. But today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary. What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. The majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, you know, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your window's poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our leak armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in 15 minutes, it's What I Need to Know. Get your questions into the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. Again, 866-979-3776. Let's jump to the NFL. Adam Schefter told ESPN Radio he doesn't think a contract extension for Brock Purdy is a guarantee.
Brock Purdy's under contract this year for $5.1 million. And then next year, the 49ers can tag him for $41 million. And then the year after, they can tag him again for $51 million. So if my math is correct, the 49ers technically control Brock Purdy's rights for the next 3 years and $97.1 million, roughly. 397.1. If you're the 49ers, why are you going to go pay Brock Purdy some crazy number when you control his rights like that?
What do you think about it, Bump?
He's right. That feels kind of shady, though.
A little bit.
It feels like you should take care of this, man, but it's smart business. They got $39 million in cap space. They've done a good job clearing a bunch of that up. And if you control him for $5 million, that means you can rebuild this team. If I were the 49ers, I would say, look, this is what we're going to do. You're going to get your 97, but we're gonna promise you we're gonna pay you that 97 over 3. But we need to build a football team around you, or you're not gonna have success. We want you to be here for the next 8 to 10 years, Brock Purdy. You're gonna be our guy. That's how you have to sell this. If I'm Brock Purdy, I would be frustrated, but this is the rules of the game. They control you. 3 years, $97 million on paper is not bad, but when you look at when it's time for him to get paid what he could make, 3 years would be about $150 million. So he's losing out on roughly $50 million. So yeah, it's good business, but if I'm Brock, I'm feeling some type of way.
Look, and as he should feel some type of way, because to put it bluntly, there is a bit of, with the argument I'm about to make, a patronizing tone. And by that, I mean, you were the last pick in the NFL draft. You getting on a franchise tag for 2025, $41.3 million, that's got to be the most in 1 year ever made by someone taken with that pick.
Probably.
Ever.
That's how you're selling it then.
Now,
you're the Niners.
Shame on me for saying, despite you having appeared in a Super Bowl, Brock, despite you having won an NFC conference game, Brock, despite all of these things, You should be grateful. You're the last pick of the draft. You should be grateful you're getting $41 million guaranteed.
Don't you say that.
I know that sounds so patronizing. It does, but I got to be honest, you guys, that's where my mind automatically went. Because I don't know that while Brock Purdy has certainly proven, he has outperformed his draft stock. He has proven to be better than people initially thought he was, without a doubt. That conversation's dead. If you're still wondering if Brock Purdy can start for an NFL team, I don't know what you're doing. You need to catch up. But if you're wondering if Brock Purdy can be the face of a franchise, can carry an NFL team despite having not a lot of talent around him offensively, that's a fair conversation to have. Is he worth $60 million?
You're the man.
Dak isn't worth $60 million.
You are the man.
I know. Look,
I'm the player. You're the man. You're making complete sense. It makes sense.
I'm making too much sense.
It makes sense. Yeah, for sure. But as a player, I'm like, man, come on now. But you couldn't do it with Trey Lance. You did it with Jimmy, but you couldn't do it with anybody else.
Yes.
I earned this.
Yes.
I did this for y'all, but that's good business. You're the man. I don't know if I like you right now. I'm the player. You're
I'm
the
just
man.
being honest. Joe in Bellevue also got to think like the man, though. He said, well, the salary cap, which is a fully guaranteed one-year deal, that affects your salary cap that year. So a salary cap for Brock Purdy, a franchise tag for Brock Purdy makes your salary cap situation difficult. You'd have to also knock it out of the park with drafting.
Which is it. It buys him some time, though.
Well, it just keeps you from paying him. If Brock and his agent will not accept less than what Dak Prescott is getting, the Cowboys, in hindsight, and I was advocating for them to pay Dak.
There's no way they're
in
asking
hindsight,
for
they
Dak.
should not.
There's no way
What
they're
if they're
asking
asking for $55 million?
He's worth 50. He's worth 50.
There's no way they're asking for just 50. I don't know.
Nah, probably not. But man, if I understand you, the man upstairs. You're wearing a suit right now.
Yeah.
I got the jersey and pads on, and it makes complete sense.
Yes.
It is very logical.
Yes.
If we're talking business, as an not undrafted, as the last pick in the draft, the things that I've done for this organization,
1,000%.
I deserve job security.
Yes.
This gives them no job security.
Well, and imagine if if the Seahawks told Bobby Wagner, "You're a second-round pick. You should be so lucky." Like, obviously, this is bad logic. Someone said that's the worst take I've heard. I'm telling you it's bad logic, but I'm also telling you that where my mind naturally went for a split second was, man, how much is that franchise tag? That's got to be more than anyone's ever made at that draft
You got to make it through this one, though.
Well,
they got him this year for $5 million.
And I think that they've had so many incredibly talented skill position players and a great play caller in Shanahan that it is fair for people to go.
He's worth more than $5 million this year. That's what they have him for this year. That's where the disrespect comes. Is like, we control you this year for $5 million. Like, make it through this year, and there's no guarantee. My man's already been hurt. That's where it gets a little shady. The franchise tag, okay, I get that.
Yeah.
But this year, $5 million, they'd have to bump that up a bit. For me.
No, Brock Purdy has proven he's a really, really good starter. He's proven that. Period. Are you a great starter without all the weapons that you've had?
We can say that for about 5 quarterbacks in this league who are putting up numbers right now.
And that's why 5 quarterbacks are not getting $60 million.
No, they're getting 50. Jalen Hurts, Jared Goff.
I don't think him asking for 50 is bad. I genuinely wonder if it's that much more. I wonder if him and his agent are going 55, 57.
No, you got to start high for sure.
Yeah.
You always start high.
Because that to me is high. That to me is like the Cowboys are in uncomfortable territory. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be doing that.
Good thing you don't work for the Niners. Let's spend that money.
I sure don't. Let's see. Next story. We've got so many people sounding off about this. An interesting draft prospect is visiting the Titans today. Wazoo wide receiver Kyle Williams. Williams and Cam Ward were teammates at Washington State in 2023.
Make it happen. It's only right. Get the boys back together.
Yeah.
Kyle Williams is one of the most underrated players in this draft right now. Route running is ridiculous. Speed is on point. Hands are even better. He's just 5'11" and went to Wazoo.
Shout out my petites and shout out to my Washington State, the state of Washington. You're not a petite.
5'11", but he's 5'11".
Oh, anyone under 6 foot is team petite.
Nah.
You just have to accept.
I'm not petite.
You have to accept.
Tell my jeans that I'm petite.
Look.
Tell my waistline that I'm petite.
5'11" is taller than the average male.
I don't care. Just the petite. That's not the way. If you see me on the streets, you looking at me and say, that's a petite man right there.
As the captain of Team Petite, I can't limit it at like 5'6". I'm not going to have enough players.
Nah, I'm not going to say 5'6".
Yeah.
It's all body type.
Do I go 5'9"?
It's body type. I've seen 5'9" dudes who aren't petite.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But they still count because I need them on my team.
Okay.
I'm talking about building an all-star team.
I got you.
I need a team of first-team all-pros. I need to expand the height limit well past the bounds of petite.
Got you.
Adam Schefter, speaking of the draft, we are 16 days away. Every team holds their original first-round pick, which is interesting. Adam explains what the cold trade market.
We haven't seen this much inactivity of first-round draft picks in 32 years. And I think that that's a function of the quarterbacks in this draft and teams not desiring to trade up to get them right now. That could certainly change on draft night and draft weekend. I'm sure the Browns and Giants would have interest in going up to 1. It doesn't sound like that's going to happen, barring some huge can't-turn-down offer from one of those teams to the Titans. And right now, it's tracking for the Titans to stay right at 1.
I got to be honest, Bump, about a month, maybe 2 ago, I thought there would be a lot of movement at the top of this draft. It's ended up kind of standing pat.
Well, what creates a movement? He said it's the quarterbacks that really create that movement, right? Guys moving up to grab their franchise guys. So because we're looking at Cam and Shadur, and no one is really wowed by them, I think Cam has that a little bit of a wow factor. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense, but that doesn't mean there won't be some movement. There's going to be somebody moving up.
Trev, the UPS driver, says, I'm 5'8", I'm not petite. What the heck? I'm a man, I'm 40. Well, no, but you guys need to understand the petite label is being applied very sarcastically because I need more people on the team.
You need more players.
So if you're 6'1", I'm classifying you as petite simply so that I can get you on the team.
I've seen some 6-something petites for sure.
Oh, Jose Altuve is on my petite team.
Are you watching that Lock-Up Fiance or something on? It's one of those where these women are waiting for their guys to get out of jail so they can get married. They're dating someone who's in jail. You should check that out.
That feels like something that I would
something
watch.
You check that out. I just started that. There's like a 6'4" petite on that show. You can have them.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
What Randy brings is this kind of edginess that is pretty rare in baseball, to see it combined with kind of a look-at-me showmanship. I don't say that in a negative way, for someone to make themselves a spectacle like that, especially when they're as quiet as they are, till he does something awesome and then he turns into Dennis Rodman. Like, I love it.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, guys. Did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention, which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code GROW. SwishRadio.com, code GROW.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing. Excellence is on the house.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's what I need to know. Get your questions in to the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. What I need to know. Let's see. People are just asking if the Seahawks. I think this person's asking if the Seahawks should trade up from 18. I'm turning their statement into a question. This draft might have 11 first-round grades. It probably means it doesn't make sense for a team to trade up from 18. If there was a player you absolutely loved, would you do it?
Stay put. Who you getting?
I mean,
Abdul Carter?
You won't need. If you are in love with Shedeur Sanders, I have bought into the hype that he'll go at 9 to the Saints.
Yeah.
So he'll be around there, but I don't think you should trade up and get him.
No, I think you're good. You'll get more out of Sam Darnold this year than you'll get out of Shedeur the next two.
That's a take. That's a take.
Samuel.
I'm not being a Sam Darnold hater. I just am nervous about this offensive line and Sam Darnold. And I need to recognize that there are people that have pointed out his pressure numbers overall are not god-awful, but in those last two games they were.
They were bad.
866-979-3776. Get your questions in right now. Let's see. What I need to know. On a scale of 1 to 10, what would Victor Robles' monkey score that catch?
12.
Maybe like he feeds us?
With
20.
a crying face because his owner's hurt.
Oh, no.
He's going to be out like 8 to 12.
Okay,
What are we going to do?
Curtis?
I wonder if Victor Robles' Halloween costume was it the man in the yellow suit or whatever?
And then you have the monkeys as part of the
Yeah.
costume.
Yeah.
I would go like Jumanji, maybe.
Jumanji.
I don't know.
Rest in peace, Robin Williams.
Oh, Willem with a depressing question. What I need to know, if we're looking ahead on the schedule to see which teams the Mariners might make a run against, are those same teams looking ahead to Seattle to possibly making their run?
For sure.
Yes.
They're looking at their pitching saying, oh, that's going to be tough. But if we can just put up like 2-3 runs,
Yes.
we in this.
I guarantee you that whatever conversations are happening in fill-in-the-blank city about facing the Mariners, they're saying, if you can put up 4 runs, you've got it.
Yeah.
If you can put up 3-4, like you should be okay.
You should be good.
But it's going to be really hard to put up 4.
Like, just get through the starters. Get to the bullpen. And you make some damage. That's what they're thinking.
Bump, this is going to be a question that makes you challenge your selfishness.
Okay.
Bump, says the 253. If you could not play golf for an entire year, but you're guaranteed a Super Bowl win for the Hawks that season, would you do it?
Because Super Bowl win means
That
I get
means-
like FOMO checks.
You know what I mean?
I get like FOMO checks.
Think about it that way. And you're in general, our ratings would be great,
Ratings are
right? Everyone
significant.
loves when
It's a nice
things
little
are great.
bonus.
Everyone loves. I'll tune into a great season of a show I'm watching every time.
How many brothers and sisters do I have?
0.
I'm
You're
selfish. I'm swinging the clubs, man.
It took
You
me
tripping.
a split second. I answered it, and then I got it. Like, oh, I know where this is going. 866-979-3776. What's the best homemade dessert?
Homemade.
Really anything. I don't like really cupcakes or cake typically. But pie.
Pie? Yeah. I mean, do you really make... When's the last time you had a homemade pie? Like, you made it.
Cookies.
Yeah,
It's a homemade
chocolate chip. Or
dessert.
brownies. Brownies.
From a box. Yeah.
Amazing. Let's see. What I need to know. Oh, one that I almost had for Hype Train. I'll turn into a question. Should you always leave a note after bumping someone's car if they're not there?
Yeah.
No matter
Unless you're broke and you just can't really afford it, then
Right.
I get it.
I'm kind of on team morally you should.
Morally, you should. But some people are in situations where they just can't afford it.
Though I will absolutely admit that there's been a time in my life when, let's say, you're parking and you tiny tap a car. I've definitely tapped a car, gotten out, looked, seen nothing. This is me at 25, right, where you're just scared.
Yeah,
and
I've
you're
love
like,
tapped. I've love tapped and be like, oh,
Yeah.
we good? All
Yeah,
right, let's
I
get
don't
out of
even-
here.
But I've otherwise left notes.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yep.
Which is
I've
one
left
time.
a note and no one called me back. They never called me.
I left a note one time and the person texted me and said, hey, thanks. So they were like, I don't see any damage, but thank you so much for leaving that. That was real classy.
Real classy.
And I said, thank you.
She's a lady.
And you know what? Shout out Meg for leaving notes both times.
Oh,
I know,
now
I gave
shout
her a
out
hard
Meg.
No, I
now
gave
you
her
shouting her out.
No.
You saw her head yesterday.
I will remain. I will remain there, but I will at least give her credit for leaving a note. I will give her credit for leaving a note, particularly leaving a note when there's nothing and you're thinking, well, they won't, just being like, you know what, no matter what. Let's say they see something. I want to make sure that they know.
Kelly in the 425 texting in a picture of her skillet.
I seen that.
That
I
was
seen it.
really good. Put some vanilla bean ice cream on top of that. Bo.
Kelly, why did
Yeah.
you do that? Now I'm starving.
Send it this way, Kelly.
866-979-3776. Someone said, would you rather be called petite and sweet or large and in charge?
Large and in charge.
Yeah, I don't-
You petite and sweet.
Petite and sweet.
I think everyone else here, I can speak for them, large and in charge.
What I need to know.
I don't know what being petite is.
What I need to know.
Kelly's a dude, Curtis.
Oh, that Kelly just, I'm a dude,
Oh,
Curtis.
sorry.
I'm going to put in parentheses for Kelly. Kelly, parentheses, a dude, Curtis.
A dude. We're all dudes, Kelly.
What I
That's
need
what we
to
learned
know.
in Good Burger.
Our basketball team is deciding on uniforms for an upcoming tournament. One suggestion was pink, but some of the wives are jumping on board with it. What do you guys think? Personally, I'm not down with it.
It's like an adult men's league.
I'm guessing, or maybe co-ed. I'm not sure, but
Pink. It depends on how
I think it
you
could
do
be-
the pink.
Yeah.
If it's like hot pink,
Like neon?
Yeah, I ain't with that.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
the
opposite.
Miami Heat have like pink jerseys every now
Yeah,
and
but
then.
it's like outline pink though, isn't it? It's not like just.
It's kind of neon.
The base color pink. As long as like the main color isn't pink.
Yeah. I think it can be. Let me see. Pink uniform. I thought you were going to say
It said
neon.
not co-ed.
Oh, so the wives of the players, it's presumably a men's league. The wives of the players are saying, "Yeah, let's do this," and they're trying to gently tell them, like, I don't want to just make our wives happy. I don't want to wear these pink uniforms.
Yeah, let's take a vote.
Okay, I will say, sometimes it can look cool.
It can.
All pink, they said. So pink jerseys, pink shorts.
Curtis, did you already mention Miami's all pink for breast cancer awareness jerseys, or just say the alt jerseys?
Well, they have the Miami Vice like coloring
Yeah.
jerseys. I think that's their like city edition stuff. They make it work.
Yeah. Let's see.
I
Bob
think
and
all
Dave.
about the accent colors. Pink and black. I think that could really pop.
I hate pink and black. It reminds me of Hot Topic. You guys remember Hot Topic?
Yes.
I mean, who does?
Who can forget?
Yeah.
Who can forget? All right, you guys, we aren't going anywhere, but we are going to become the Dugout. Mariners insider Shannon Drayer joins us next.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Drayer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the new Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced new Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the new Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your new skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the new skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
You don't have to be a professional athlete to feel like a champion. At Emerald City Athletics, every person discovers the champion within. If you're setting personal records, tackling your daily goals, or aiming to be your best self, Emerald City Athletics will help you feel like the champion of your life. That's why they were voted the best in the Pacific Northwest. It's not just about fitness. It's about empowering you to step into your full potential so you can become your best self and feel the best you've ever felt. Each day at Emerald City Athletics is an opportunity to rise, to push beyond what you thought was possible, and to become stronger inside and out. Train for a goal, build confidence, embrace a healthier lifestyle. Emerald City Athletics will help you achieve greatness and find the champion within. Check out Emerald City Athletics today with a free 29-day pass available now for a limited time. There are gyms, and there's Emerald City Athletics. Come discover the difference.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah, I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
A stunner in the NBA. The Nuggets have fired head coach Mike Malone with only 5 games left in the regular season. Malone helped lead Denver to the team's only NBA championship in 2023. Mel Kiper Jr.'s newest 2-round mock draft has Cam Ward as the unsurprising number 1 overall pick by the Titans. Colorado Shedeur Sanders falling to the Saints at number 9.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This is The Dugout, every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy. Inside access to the clubhouse from Shannon Drayer on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
You are listening to The Dugout. Joining us right now, Mariners insider Shannon Drayer on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline. Hey, Shannon, how's it going?
It's going. Good to be home.
Yeah, happy to be here and happy to be coming off a win, a much-needed one for the Mariners, obviously, after a tough series against the Giants. They get one against the Astros. And I'm actually going to start with kind of the savior of the day, Jorge Polanco. I know he's coming off of a knee surgery, still dealing with some soreness, but that bounce-back season we spent weeks talking about looks to be starting. What have you seen from him?
It's been pretty remarkable. I mean, we saw it in spring training. I've said this probably a million times, but he locked in at the plate sooner than anyone else. It was almost instantaneous when he stepped up to the plate. And you never know how that's going to translate into a season. But he was the one that I pointed to as, you know, if this is what we think it is, this is going to be something that's good. You know, cross your fingers for this one. He could be one of the surprises this year. And so far, so good. And when we're talking about what he's doing, it's easy to take a look at it and say, well, this is what, you know, they were hoping they were getting a year ago. But the production that he's putting up right now, you have to go back to about 2021 to match it. I mean, he has really, you know, just turned things around at the plate. And I'm sure a lot of that is being healthy, but also, you know, beyond the physical, he's got a tremendous approach at the plate. You know, his last at bat was everything that you want to see a hitter do in that situation. And he was able to see the ball up. And then even when he was able to see the ball up, he was able to connect with it and drive in the runs that were needed. But it wasn't a huge moment for him. And it's very interesting because it's not like we saw glimpses of this last year. We didn't. And so what we're seeing from him right now is what this team absolutely needs from him. And I think in addition to what he is giving right now production-wise, I think he is also serving as a great example in that lineup for some of the younger hitters. And, that even includes Julio. When you looked at Julio's last at-bat facing the same just nasty reliever in Abreu, Polanco hit the pitch last night that Julio missed. Julio had that same slider that kind of hung in the middle of the plate in his at-bat, and he missed it. Polanco got it. And I think that you can kind of look at the at-bats and say, okay, this is what I did here, and this is how I missed it. This is what Jorge did. What was Jorge thinking here? And then also, I talked to Ryan Bliss about it on the field. I asked, what are you learning from him? And he just, kind of went on and on about it. He's setting the example in that lineup, and that has value too for the Mariners without question.
Shannon, we saw a couple mistakes defensively, Tellez and then Demo, but we also saw some great plays over the last few days, right? You got Robles making that big play. You got JP with his play, Julio showing the arm. How are we feeling about this team defensively? I know after spring training it was a question.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be a question for a while, and I still think it's going to be a little bit in flux. Is Luke Raley going to play out in right field for how long? We're still waiting to learn and see how long they're going to be without Victor Robles. How much is Polanco going to play at third base? He was DHing yesterday, which was good for him, I would imagine, but he's not 100% in the field yet. He didn't get a full spring training. He's still stretching out his arm. Is that really going to take? If we get, a month from now, is he going to be the everyday third baseman? So I think we're just really going to have to wait and see on that. I think one of the things that I'm really encouraged with, Ryan Bliss has been an absolute bright spot defensively, which is fantastic. I feel good about him defensively for the first time, did not last year. And he has, certainly put in the work. He is making the routine plays, and he's showing that he can make the tough plays too. Exciting plays. He's fun to watch out there. And I wasn't sure I'd be saying that the first couple of weeks of the season. So that is absolutely fantastic. We've seen a couple of late plays by him. Last night's was an all-timer, but he's been very solid over there too. And he's kind of been a little iffy the last 2 years since winning the Gold Glove. So I think we're going to have to wait and see with it, but I do think that they are showing that they can make plays that I wasn't sure that they could. Now it's going to be a matter of consistency with them.
Going to Thornton in obviously a big moment. Where do you think that Wilson or the organization as a whole kind of has their trust in when it comes to the bullpen? Are there certain arms that you think like they really believe in this guy and they believe we're going to see good things from him this year?
Well, yeah, I think we've seen some different bullpen usage than what we expected. We have seen a lot of Thornton, and it paid off last night, which is great. Gabe Spire would, I think, probably be, as far as the numbers go, Andres Munoz is your best high leverage arm historically, but what Gabe Spire is doing right now, he went into the day yesterday with the best expected ERA for a reliever in baseball. And so, I would like to see him in higher leverage situations. I would like to see him used more. I think yesterday we saw Santos, and we're continuing to see Santos being put into those situations where at the beginning, which is all of 2 weeks ago, it looked like they were easing him in, and now he's being put into those positions right away. I love that he can get the ground ball. I don't love that you could see a wild pitch at any time right now, and that you were seeing him, just struggle to find the strike zone early. Yeah, I'd like to see perhaps him get a little bit more run in more comfortable situations. So when you ask what do they want to see, I do think they want to see him in those situations because they're putting him there right now. But I think I want to see Spire too. Spire 2 years ago did it in some of the biggest situations. Even though he's a lefty, he's just fine against righties too. So for me, it's been a little bit interesting in that situation. We're also seeing Andres being used a little bit more in a traditional kind of closer situation rather than this is the big leverage situation. We need him right now. It'll be interesting to see if they stick with that or if that evolves as well. And I really want to kind of tip the cap a little bit to kind of those middle guys. I do think that Vargas and Bizzardo have done some nice things for them. And you don't expect them to go up there and strike out the world and put up nothing but zeros, but I think they both stepped up, and that has helped while the starters get their footing a little bit. I'm not going to say the starters have struggled, but they're not going 6-7 innings on a consistent basis. You don't see 7 very often for that matter. And so you've needed what we have seen from those middle guys, and I think they've come through nicely.
Shannon, speaking of starters, we've seen, 3 starts from Logan, 17 innings, about 8 hits, 25 Ks best in MLB right now. Is there anything more you need to see from Logan, or you like where he is so far?
I just want to see more of Logan. He's been absolutely fantastic. The splitter is insane, and they're adjusting. Because it is so good right now, he has upped his usage of it from last year. Last year he threw it like 13% of the time. So far this season he's throwing it about 26% of the time. Batters have yet to get a hit off of it, and it's just been an insane strikeout. He's got a 70% K rate on it right now, which is crazy. And it was last night. You're kind of starting to hear a lot. I am a firm believer in, the small ace club. Not every team has an ace. An ace is not the number one starting pitcher on every team. For me, aces are special. There are a lot of qualifications to put them into that category. He is getting darn close, and that's the talk. And I just watched the situation last night, and realized that, and have kind of come to realize this a little bit more, even in spring training, that there's an intimidation factor about him that I think we forget because he's Logan, and him outside of being on the mound. You saw it last night. I mean, when he unleashed an absolutely nasty splitter and was just screaming at the time, and a hair was flying, if I didn't have my glasses on, if he wasn't right-handed, I'd be thinking a little Randy Johnson right there. He's getting that nastiness to him too, which I just think is fantastic. So I think that we thought this going into the season, but now that he's into it, he might be setting himself up for an absolutely incredible season.
Shannon, so much was made of this Mariners roster being mostly the same from 2024 heading into 2025, which isn't an unfair critique. That being said, is there anything that's surprising you, maybe you didn't see coming about this team or an individual player so far?
So we talked about Polanco. That was huge right there. I'll throw in Logan too. Taking the next step. It's one thing to say he's going to take the next step, and he's at the top rung to start with, but to actually see it, I think that surprised me. That just how good that is. When you look at the rotation that they had last year, that was considered one of the best in baseball, and they have the potential to be the best in baseball. A part of that was because it was 1 through 5, and your standouts. I don't think we're standing out that much. They were all very, very good. And to see Logan perhaps take it to that next echelon, I think is something that perhaps has surprised me a little bit. Brian Bliss mentioned him too, the defense, not having to worry about that. I think, that's up there as well. So for me, I think it's a little bit early to have the surprises. I want to see a little bit more consistency in it, but those are things that just caught the eye right away.
Dan Wilson, man, first, start of the season as the skipper. Have you seen any change in him? Has he been consistent? What do you think he's learned so far?
Well, that's an interesting one. It's an interesting situation for him, and what we're kind of looking for is what changes, because when he was really thrown into the fire last year during the season, and he has had an off season and a spring training now, first to prepare himself for what he wants from this club, and then to prepare the club for it. And so that was interesting to watch him in spring training and what a spring training with him looks like. And so now we're to the point where what happens when this happens or that happens in the season. And I think we kind of got our first look at, it has not gone as I think they would want at the beginning. They wanted to have a good start. They wanted to, really not have some of the mistakes that they have had early. You talked about focusing on the little things quite a bit. And, they've tripped up a little bit. And what has kind of struck me is that, knowing Dan for a long time and knowing his demeanor and knowing how calm he stays, he does stay calm, but after some of the losses, you do see it on his face. You do see, okay, this really gets him. It kind of gets him as if, the catcher back with the Mariners back in the 90s, and he was upset about, performance of the pitcher or something, kind of something like we see from Cal when a pitcher is struggling. You kind of saw it on his face after some of those games. I'm like, okay, that's good. This is, I think he's made the complete transition from up in the broadcast booth, traveling around a little bit and helping in the minor leagues. Okay, we got a month and a half to go. We got this. And now you can, I think, not that there wasn't ownership before, but I think you can kind of see that ownership. And at the same time, there's no panic. And he is, in what I am seeing from him and what he is saying to us after games about that, you're also hearing from the players. And I think that's important. And that's just kind of one of the things that is kind of the toughest part of sometimes being a fan is you want everything right away and your emotions are going to be higher than theirs. And that's because they can do things about it and you can't. And so even though it has been bumpy to start, it has been interesting to see how Dan has handled it. And when you talk about consistency, I think that we've seen that, and that's important.
Read the latest from Shannon at seattlesports.com. She's Mariners insider Shannon Drayer. Thanks, Shannon.
Thanks, Shannon.
You got it, guys.
Coming up next, Justin Hollander with the latest injury updates. You're listening to The Dugout.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I've got something you're not going to believe. Metalachi. That's right, folks. It's a heavy metal hairband and mariachi. This is no joke. Metalachi is coming to the Galaxy at Muckleshoot Casino Resort Monday, May 5th for an unforgettable show. So prepare yourself for the most face-melting, sombrero-spinning spectacle on the planet. Metalachi is going to rock your world heavy metal style with a Mexican twist. You can get your tickets at muckleshootcasino.com.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close. And they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports. the home of the Mariners.
Mariners GM Justin Hollander with plenty of injury updates. First, the Mariners have an update on Victor Robles, who suffered a dislocated shoulder. Imaging was taken yesterday in Seattle and revealed the dislocation caused a small fracture in his left shoulder. So it appears the fracture can heal without requiring surgery, which is good news, Bump. But it will be monitored to confirm if that remains the case. If no surgery is required, it should heal in approximately 6 weeks. And then following full healing, which could be 6 weeks, the rehab schedule of approximately 6 weeks would be required.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Luke out there. We'll see Demo out there. That's pretty much it, honestly.
I'm searching 12 weeks from today, July 1st. July 1st?
Man,
that's 12 weeks from
season's
today.
almost over.
In my mind, I was thinking June 1st.
Yeah, that's only 12 weeks away.
I can't do math that quickly. In my mind, 12 weeks was like 2 months. You can see how the math failed me on that one. You can see how I very
it's
much
about 8 weeks.
Yeah, you can
so
see
we're
how
looking at
I
like 3 months.
how I missed the mark with that one. Yeah,
That's unfortunate, man. You know
It
what's
is.
crazy about that whole injury is that it looked like his back would be jacked up, just the way his body folded that way. And that's unfortunate, man. Luke and Demo, step up. Let's go.
All right, well, let's get to the latest from Justin Hollander first on Matt Brash.
Matt Brash is going to throw a live BP on Wednesday here, and then we will talk about a rehab assignment in Tacoma at that point. I can't tell you how long. It kind of depends on how he feels and what we see with our eyes / what the data says, but very likely to begin a rehab assignment end of this week, early next week with Tacoma. At that point, hopefully the BP goes well on Wednesday here.
Good news for Matt Brash, obviously.
Making progress, and that bullpen needs a hero. They need an Enrique Iglesias. I can be your hero.
What a
because
song.
who's in that video? Jennifer Love Hewitt? I think it was Jennifer
Anna
Love Hewitt.
Kournikova, I thought.
No, that's who he's married to.
What was Jennifer Love Hewitt
Was she in that?
Hang on. Jennifer Love Hewitt Enrique video. I swear.
Is it that?
She was in Hero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good times. What a time to be alive.
Oh, Jennifer Love Hewitt. What an icon.
What an icon. But what was the question again? You got distracted with Jennifer Love Hewitt.
It's okay. You said the bullpen needs a hero.
Oh, they need a hero. Matt Brash. I mean, Santos needs help. Everybody involved needs help. And Brash, it's not even fair to ask Brash to be that. But this is the situation they're in. They need as much help as they can get.
I thought this was interesting on Jorge Polanco.
He really didn't have any knee soreness to go the days down. He had a little bit of tenderness in his side, so there's no knee issue. He was scheduled for a down day anyway and felt some additional soreness in his upper body. So rather than risk any upper body issues, Dan elected to give him an extra day. I believe he will be in there tonight. So no knee concern. Beyond just us taking care of him and making sure we understand he did have off-season knee surgery, and he feels good today. So I would anticipate him being in there today.
Okay, so good news as far as Jorge Polanco being there today. And frankly, good news as far as it not being knee soreness following surgery to repair a patellar issue with that knee.
If there's any sport that should respect load management, it's baseball. You're playing $162. Any other sport, I understand load management, but with this, man, it's just it's every single day that you are playing, essentially. And it's good that he got through that situation yesterday and he doesn't feel anything. This is something that's going to be ongoing throughout the year. So you got to check in. I mean, every chance you get, you're checking in on Jorge and making sure that he's feeling the right way. And even if he does feel good, sometimes after back-to-back games, you say, look, man, let's take this night off and let somebody else get some run.
All right, let's get to the latest on George Kirby.
George Kirby threw a pen this weekend, felt great. He'll throw 2 pens this week and then begin more of a traditional spring training type game progression at that point. I don't have an exact timeline. Some of it depends on how he feels and how things work through the game situations that he's in. But again, he's tracking well. I anticipate the 2 pens going well this week, and then we'll go from there with game progression.
I'm going to combine this with one more cut. This is obviously not Justin Hollander. This is going to be Jeff Passan from This Morning with Brock and Salk. Jeff was asked about the teams in the league that could maybe overcome an injury to a starter like George Kirby or to a starting outfielder like Victor Robles.
A half dozen, maybe. Depth is hard, man. And depth, the best kind of depth comes from the draft and from international amateur free agent signings. That's when you know your team is well run. When you have, the injury bug hits like this, and all of a sudden you can go to guys who have come up through your system, not just, 4A guys who you sign in order to have depth, but actual impact type guys. And I think the Mariners are a year away from having that at the big league level.
Okay, so look, the reality of the situation, we're not going to sugarcoat it, is it is incredibly difficult to overcome the loss of a really good starter, the loss of a starting outfielder and a big contributor, and maybe 6-7 teams can. The Mariners aren't one of those teams, but who can they turn to in the meantime? Like, who's going to need to outperform? Who's going to need to surprise?
I mean, you need Luke. I mean, Luke's played first base so far this year. We've seen him in the outfield in both corners, right? He needs to hold down that right side when it comes to the arms. We've already seen them experiment. You brought up Luis F. Castillo. You had Emerson Hancock get a start there, and neither of those situations went well for those two guys, even though you weren't expecting Luis F. Castillo to pitch more than 3 innings, right? You just come in and kind of get things rolling. But it has to be someone from within, and it's so hard to have depth, true depth in baseball, because you're mentioning guys who are in the minors who have to come up and now play in the bigs. Or in other sports, it's a guy who's sitting on the bench, who's been with the team all year, who's familiar with how they do things. But that is a good sign of you developing. And we don't have, it sounds like there aren't too many guys who are ready right now to come up and fill those roles, right? We hear the common names, Harry and Colton, all that stuff. It's got to be someone from within. So I'm just looking at Luke. Luke's got to go crazy. And as far as the rotation goes, man, your guess is as good as mine.
It's such a cop-out answer, but I continue to look to the bats who are capable. Like, yes, I would like and expect JP to make a bit more contact. I would love for Garver, though I'm not expecting Garver
no replacement to step up.
Yeah, exactly. For Garver to surprise me a little bit. Ultimately, I turn to Julio. Ultimately, I turn to Randy. And you can take some defensive questions when you're missing a starter, right? That's part of why he has that job. Sure. I can take an error. I can accept that there's a lot of movement going around with, Dylan filling in at third, let's say, with Polanco out. Like, it is what it is. You have to deal with a couple, changes to your lineup right now. But I think it's fair to turn to the players who have the ability to outperform and say, could you please do this right now? And you can't always guarantee that in baseball, but I'm not going to turn to Dylan Moore and say, save the offense. And that's all due respect to Dylan Moore. Dylan Moore, just do your job. Julio, you're getting paid to go God mode once in a while. I'm going to need you to do it.
I'm not asking Dylan to save the offense, but he's going to get more time. He's going to get more ABs. I mean, you just got to keep producing. I think the way the rate he's producing right now, if that can continue at a more consistent clip of him being out there, then obviously we accept that. But you're right. It comes down to the guys who are already here. I was just focusing on the position itself. Like, who's going to be in that spot? Because that's a void. Because we know what Victor Robles brings defensively.
Yeah.
We know that he can get into his streaky mode as well. But yeah, other guys have to step up. That's what a good team does, is that the guy who's filling the void isn't counted on to perform as if he's the starter there. It's everyone else who kind of steps up and says, all right, it's our turn to hold it down until our guy gets back.
You are listening to The Dugout, the latest on the Mariners, set to take on the Astros at 6:40 p.m. today for Game 2 of this series. Stat Spotlight with Alex Mayer coming your way next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
The idea that there is no middle class of quarterbacks anymore. Is there one this year?
Every day at 7:45.
No second rounders. That's not a thing anymore because of the advantage of that rookie contract and having him for 5 years. Many have reached into that first round and take those guys. I do think it's going to be a little different this year. I would not mind seeing them take a middle round quarterback to push Sam Howell.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down, and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None better, tax resolution.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Coming up in 15, Stat Spotlight with Alex Mayer right now. It's Mariners broadcaster Gary Hill joining us for The Dugout on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, Gary, how's it going?
Hello, how are you? I'm doing fine.
Wonderful. I'm also doing fine coming off a Mariners win. I was happy to see that. A rough blow, 2 losses dealt for Houston in one day, which is a bummer for them, but obviously fortunate for the Mariners. I'm going to start with Jorge Polanco. I know it's where I started with Shannon, but I am so pleasantly surprised by what I've seen from him his season so far, and that is with him still dealing with a bit of a nagging injury. Sounds like it's a side issue and not his knee. What have you seen from Jorge?
He's looked great. He's been the Mariners' best hitter so far this season. He's been more of the guy that he was in Minnesota for all those years. He's been an accomplished hitter in Major League Baseball for a long time, and we all know the struggles he went through last year, and a lot of it points to health. And I know he's still dealing with some stuff this year, but he's just looked better. He's looked healthy. His swings look great, and now with Robles being out, he becomes even more critical, I think, to the lineup. So the key is simply trying to keep him healthy and trying to keep him in the lineup as much as possible. And whether that means DHing a lot more, whatever. His bat is, especially right now, the way he's swinging, his bat is critical. And we saw the difference. He didn't play in those 2 San Francisco games, and they were super close games. He played in a game last night and came up with a big hit. And not saying that the Mariners would have won those 2 games in San Francisco had he been in the lineup, but the way he's swinging it certainly would have helped, that's for sure.
Gary, obviously devastated in losing Robles for 8 to 12 weeks, something like that. Who do you expect to fill that role in right field? Will it be by committee? You think they'll just throw a permanent guy out there? What are your feelings?
Yeah, it's a big loss. I asked Dan Wilson about that yesterday, and unfortunately, there's no straightforward answer to that question because of his unique situation. He's the leadoff guy. He's the everyday right fielder, and they just don't have anyone that you can plug into that. And whether you're talking about outfield or whether you're talking about leadoff. So I kind of see it being similar to what we saw yesterday. I think we'll see Raley more in the outfield, and then that kind of opens up first base, and you can throw a third base in there, especially if Polanco is going to DH, where it's going to become very much baseball democracy. If you hit, you're going to play. That's how I kind of see it. That's how I see first base and third base in particular. And, I see Raley out there more. Canzone, I think we'll see, obviously, but I think it's going to be a lot of hot hand, and there's going to be a lot of matchup situations. I think Julio will probably spend most of the time leading off, at least in the near future. But even that, I think a lot of it's just going to be, and that's what Dan alluded to when I asked him about it. It's going to be hot hand. That's what it is. If you hit, you're going to play. They're going to move things around and just trying to figure it out day to day. Because I don't think there's a simple solution to this where you just drop a guy in and go.
I know Dan had some time here as Skip, obviously, at the end of last season, but I'm looking at really like this being his first year. Have you had a chance to talk to Dan about how he feels about, managing the season, what he's working on, who he's turning to, maybe what he's focused on right now for the first part, just the idea of managing this team?
Yeah, it's interesting because you're right about last year where it's funny. He hasn't managed for over a month, obviously, but it was really kind of just dropped into the fire, and there wasn't a lot of time to really get your feet wet at all. You were just going and trying to make a push for the postseason. So it's been different for him this year, clearly, having the full spring training to get into things. And, it's funny, the season, though, once it starts, it happens fast, right? And, they find themselves, you lose a couple games in San Francisco, you're off to a 3-7 start, you lose a guy, you lose your everyday right fielder and leadoff man. Like that's the hard part of managing, I think, is you can plan as much as you want. And this is not just the Mariners. This is every team in Major League Baseball. Like every team has plans. And then in the matter of a week into the regular season, like they can get blown apart and of no fault of anyone's. But the trick is now for Dan is, making the adjustment. And the goal remains the same for them, and despite a slow start, despite Robles being out for a long time, they're going to have to try and figure it out. And that's the task at hand, and it's going to be about adjusting, and that's a lot of it for managers and Major League Baseball teams because this kind of thing is going to happen. Like you anticipated having Kirby all season going into the season, and you're going to miss him for a while. You anticipate having Robles for a long time, and now he's going to be out for a while. And these are the kinds of things that happen during the Major League season. And the question is, okay, how do they handle it moving forward?
Sounds like Brash will be back soon, and the bullpen has had their struggles. How much of a boost does that give the bullpen, and what should we expect realistically from Brash?
Oh, it is enormous. It's so big. I think Brash is one of the best relievers in the game and one of the more unique relievers in the game, especially with the way the Mariners utilize him. He's got unique swing and miss stuff. He was carrying one of the best strikeout rates for any reliever in baseball. And what that means is when he is brought into a game and there's traffic, there's a good bet he's going to get a strikeout and get you out of the mess. And it's a unique weapon in Major League Baseball. And he is going to be an enormous lift. It's a good question about what to expect because he hasn't pitched on a major league mound in a major league game in a long, long time. So it's worth tempering our expectations, especially at the beginning. Although when I saw him in spring training, I got to be honest, the stuff looked pretty great. He looked like he could take the mound right now and be dominant. So I don't think it will take long for him to move into that role. I really think if everything else last year remained the same, and they had a healthy Matt Brash, the team is in the postseason. I think that much of him. So I think it's a huge lift. I think Taylor will be a huge lift as well because you're right. The bullpen has had some ups and downs. And some of it, I think, is, they haven't been – the bullpen's at their best when you can spot guys and put them into optimal situations. and they haven't been able to do that a lot because of unique situations with the rotation. A couple of really short starts. The bullpen has been really taxed a couple of times so far this season. So some of that is at play too, but it's going to make a big difference, and it pushes everyone back down the leverage ladder. And I really think when you have Munoz who's pitching well, I think Gabe Spire's been the best reliever for the Mariners so far. You had Brash, you had Taylor. You can really see how this bullpen can be a strength for the Mariners moving forward. But I can't emphasize enough how big I think the addition of Brash is going to be.
I know that batting average is a very incomplete stat, but by virtue of everyone being able to understand it, I'm just going to lean on it. Talking about the AL West quickly here. The Mariners, Astros, and Rangers, 23rd or lower in average. Houston and Texas have both struggled offensively at times this season. I don't mean to jump ahead to a series. Rather, I'm just going to look at both. A, is there a real opportunity here for Seattle? And B, what do you think is happening in the AL West so far this year?
I would say yes, it is an opportunity, especially given where the Mariners find themselves coming into this homestand. I'm one who believes you cannot win anything in April, but you can make things incredibly difficult on yourself in April if you find yourself too far back of teams in your division. If you're staring at like an 8-game deficit or 9-game deficit, it just becomes, there's still plenty of time in the season to make that up, but it's hard. Like, you have to play really well for a long time to make that up. So it's best if you don't bury yourself early. And so I don't think they've done that so far. But if you lose the series to Houston, you lose the series to Texas, and then you're staring at a situation where you've kind of done that to yourself. So that's why I think these two series are important. And I do think it's an opportunity, especially because you're right. It's funny because, the Astros are off to a really slow start. And what I'm wondering, and this is unknown, we'll just find this out as we move through the season. I don't think we exactly know who they are right now. They are the Houston Astros. Like, it's their division until somebody takes it from them. They've essentially won it every year for the past decade outside of the shortened season. But this is a different team. Like, Kyle Tucker is a great player. He's no longer there. Bregman has been the face of the Astros forever, and he's not there. And I don't know what this offense is going to look like moving forward. I don't think this is the high-powered Astros offense that we've seen the last number of years. I also don't think they're going to be like, they're 26 in WRC plus. They've truly been one of the worst offenses in baseball so far. So I don't think they're that. I think they're going to be better, but I don't know where they land, which is going to be interesting. And the same thing with Texas. You look back at Texas last year, and their offense wasn't very good last year. Now, a lot of it was injury. They had a ton of games missing from a lot of different guys. So you would assume that the offense would bounce back when those guys come back and are healthy. But, Simeon didn't have a great year last year. They have more questions offensively than you would think. So I think that's a real opportunity as well. And, we talked about Kirby being out, but the Mariners' strength is still their starting rotation. And the Astros and Rangers both have questions in my mind, and those two when it comes to rotation. So when I look at the Astros series, when I look at the Rangers series, it would be huge if they could take both series right now.
Yearbook status, Gary, you ready?
Yes.
Most likely to step up in Robles' absence. Who you got?
Oh, that's a good question. So, oh man, that's a really good question. I was hoping you asked me most likely to succeed, and I'd just say, well, it's not me, obviously. So that'd be my first answer. So I guess I'm going to say Luke Raley. It's kind of a weird answer because I think he was really good last year offensively. Like, he was, if I was picking like an MVP ladder last year offensively, like Cal would be number one for me and Luke Raley would be number two. But I am going to take Luke Raley to this because of the fact he'll play a lot of right field, and he'll play right field really well. So that part you feel good about. And also offensively, like, they're going to need him to step up. They're going to need that bat. And I guess with Robles out, the way I've been thinking about it does put more emphasis on, the first four in the order, Cal, Luke Raley, that kind of thing. But also, it kind of requires someone like JP or Ryan Bliss or somebody like that to also step up. Like, you're going to need somebody else along those lines to be productive. And they're going to need production at first and third. And so far, Dylan Moore, early in the season, he started out as kind of the platoon guy facing lefties, but he's hit early on, so he's got more playing time. And that's kind of what I'm talking about with the hot hand scenario is, hey, Dylan's going to keep playing as long as he's hitting. And you can say that about Tellez if he starts hitting, Solano if he starts hitting, Garver. Like, go down the list. If those guys, any of them, start hitting, they're going to get consistent playing time because the Mariners do have enough flexibility. Like, you can move guys around and figure it out as long as they're swinging the bat. And it could be somebody not on the roster now. Like, I think Locklear is a guy that we're going to see at some point, and maybe he's a guy that can certainly help out. So we'll see.
He is Mariners broadcaster Gary Hill, kind enough to join us on the dugout. Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, anytime. Talk to you soon. I can't wait for the next yearbook question.
See ya. Stat Spotlight coming your way next.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper?
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we provide top quality windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and stay clear with low maintenance glass. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Right now, have ultra-efficient clean technology windows installed and pay zero down with zero interest and zero payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Time for the Stats Spotlight with Alex Mayer, joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, Alex, how's it going?
Great, Stacy. Thanks for having me.
We are happy to have you, and it's my first time interviewing you this season. I'm so excited for this segment because your stats that you find, there are really, really informative ones that are great, right? Usual baseball stats, and then there's like wow, that's the third player with a fish name to hit a home run in the third inning this week. And you're like, wow, how'd you find that? So
you're on it because I think I did that exact one a couple years ago.
You did, and I remember it. And Mike Trout was one of them. It was a Mariner. Who was the Mariner?
It was Mike Carp.
Yes. See, that's what I'm saying,
to go
Alex.
along with Mike Trout and Tim Salmon, then our Mike Carp.
Sticking with a fun theme in that sense. Dad strength. I think it's something that we talk about with a lot of athletes, a lot of sports, and in particular baseball, right? You found some cool stats on dad strength, whether or not it's real.
Yeah. So Jorge Polanco's been back from the paternity list now for a couple games, and he got 3 hits with a home run and 4 RBIs in the first game back. And then last night he comes in and, has the 2-run single that ends up winning the game for the Mariners. So I went and looked back. I was like, when did the paternity list even pop up? And it turns out MLB implemented it in 2011. And I looked back, and all 6 Mariners position players to come off the paternity list were really good when they came off. All 6 of them hit safely in their first game back.
Hey,
you had 2 pitchers with the same name, Luis Castillo.
Yes.
One with the F. We name Luis F. Castillo, Luis F. Baby. Big ups to Lil Wayne. And I mean, what's programming like with that? What's preparing all the media stuff that goes with it? So, because I was literally at a bar watching the game, and someone said, "Why'd he cut his hair?" And I go, "No, that's Luis F. Castillo."
Wow. Well, I like the Wheezy nickname. We were calling him the Pebble since our Luis is the Rock. The Rock and the Pebble. But, I mean, it was a lot of fun. There was definitely some confusion. I think MLB even printed the wrong lineup, but that's another story. The fun note tie-in there was that I found it was the second time in MLB history that pitchers with identical names started back-to-back games. But the crazy part is the other duo, Bobby Jones and Bobby Jones, they did it for the Mets in the year 2000, and then they did it again for the Padres in 2002.
Stop.
So they were, like, following each other around. No, I'm not kidding. You know I wouldn't joke you on that.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
So we have, other stuff that we want to be able to ask you about, like behind the scenes with the Cal Raleigh show, which premiered last week. But while on the topic of looking for stats, I'm curious about something. You find so many really, really interesting stats, and many of them are things that are uncommon or rare or uncanny. And there are probably times when we talk about the Mariners, or any frustrated fan base talks about their team, and they go, "Oh, everything is bad." And you've probably found a number of stats where you go, "Actually, this thing they did was really cool." And we don't get a chance to talk about it because, maybe it came in a loss. Or is there anything that you found with maybe Julio or the starting rotation that just stood out to you and you went, "God, what they've done here, or what this player has done in Seattle is really rare"?
Yeah, no, that's a good one. I mean, I think Julio's start to the season has been really encouraging this year. And I looked, and his basically his wins above replacement number is second best in the big leagues over his last 40 games. So that's taking a span from now all the way back to late August last year. But the only player ahead of him in that stat, Fangraphs wins above replacement, is Shohei Ohtani. So you're talking about a really, really good stretch of baseball for Julio. And then right behind him are Kyle Tucker, Aaron Judge, and Corbin Carroll.
And what have they ever done?
Yeah, he's been pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Hey, so tell us about the Cal Raleigh show. How did it all come together? And it seems like Cal is leaning into this this leadership role. He's already been a leader, but I see more personality. I saw him on a commercial the other day, and I go, all right, I see that personality, Cal.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm really excited for the Cal Raleigh show. Like you guys mentioned, it debuted last Thursday, and then we're set to air episode 2 on Seattle Sports 710 this Thursday. And I'm really excited to work with both Cal Raleigh, obviously, and then Shannon Drayer. We're gonna give it a different look. It's obviously audio as well as video, so you'll see some cool stuff from our road trips to T-Mobile Park with it. I'm just really excited for it because, myself and the station wanted to bring something that I almost view as unique in baseball, right? I mean, I know your station, you guys had the KJ Wright show a couple years ago. I grew up in Chicago. There are a lot of Bears players with their own shows, kind of trying to bring like the football model to baseball, right? I mean, I think it's always important to showcase like the team, and obviously it starts with the team, but showcasing some of our personalities, I think, is an area that baseball can definitely grow in. And I hope, I know our fans already love the Big Dumper, but I think they'll love him even more after hearing from him 10 minutes each week.
Cal is obviously a fan favorite that a lot of people know about. And again, like you said, they're going to get even more insight, which we can't wait to see. Is there a personality behind the scenes that you think, God, you know what? I can't wait for fans to learn more about this guy because, they will eventually, but maybe not as many people know yet.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'll start with our minor leagues. Some of our position players in the minor leagues, like Colt Emerson, Harry Ford, Lázaro Montes. So those are like the first 3 names that come to mind. I think we'll see them in Seattle very soon. I mean, Colt's definitely working his way up. He's in high A, so is Laz, and then Harry's all the way in AAA down in Tacoma right now. So they're all in the area. They're going to be in Seattle sooner than we know it, and I think they're electric personalities. Harry is a master on the saxophone. I don't know if a lot of people know that.
No.
And then I'm really rooting for Laz because he has a larger than life personality. He reminds me a lot of Julio, honestly, when I met Julio in 2021 when I started and Julio was still an A-ball player. So I think some of our, really, really good, top-ranked by Baseball America, I have to throw it in stat in, farm system provides some really good personalities that I'm really excited for.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but you probably don't have a stat for this. But, in football, they have like a catch probability percentage when it comes to some passes being thrown. If you had to rank Victor's catch probability on that foul ball, what would you give it?
Oh, man. I'll give it 5%. And actually, you know what? StatCast has started to pull some of that data. So once I get off the call, maybe I'll follow up with you. But I gotta imagine it's 5% or lower on that catch. What a spectacular catch by him in the 9th inning of that game, and we're definitely gonna miss him over the next few weeks or really few months. But devastating injury. But I know that we're gonna rally together, and we're gonna miss Vic.
All right. Well, we are so excited to have you on regularly on the Dugout and ask you about some of these stats. Again, the Julio one is going to be sticking with me. I'm so glad you had that ready because you're right. I mean, sometimes when there are sky-high expectations, it's so easy to critique, right? And there are many star players around baseball who, their fans will feel like they're never meeting the mark because the mark is so incredibly high. And in a sport where there's a lot of failure, it's hard to meet. But, man, that is a good one about Julio. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks so much, Alex.
Well, I'm glad. Yeah, thank you, guys. Looking forward to next week. Take care.
See ya. This has been The Dugout. If you missed any part of the show or if you loved it so much you just need to hear more, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast. On Tuesdays, the final hour will be The Dugout, all Mariners. That's on seattlesports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. For Michael Bumpus, Curtis Rogers, Matt Nelson, I'm Stacy Rost. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Baseball's back. It's time your yard stepped up to the plate. Synthetic Turf Northwest is Seattle's go-to for pro-quality turf. Perfect for backyard batting cages, putting greens, or just a mud-free play zone for the whole family. We install the best, we supply the best. And we're local-based in Woodinville with a new Fife location coming soon next to Sportco. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com, where the grass is always greener.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185. or advancedhair.com.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the news not great for Mariners outfielder Victor Robles. He's got a small fracture in the humeral head of his left shoulder and will miss at least 12 weeks and potentially the entire season if he needs surgery. Mariners Executive Vice President and General Manager Justin Hollander said today that he believes Robles, who had an MRI, does not need surgery at this time but will continue to monitor the injury. Now, if he avoids surgery, the team estimated it would take 6 weeks for the fracture to heal and another 6 for rehab before he could return to action. But if surgery is eventually required, Robles would be expected to miss the remainder of the season. So hoping for the best there. Meanwhile, baseball going on tonight. Mariners game 2 of their series against the Houston Astros. They took game 1 in dramatic fashion. Luis Castillo on the hill. He'll face off against Framber Valdez. You can catch all of the action beginning at 5:30 with the pregame show right here. 6:40 first pitch.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710 at seattlesports.com. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there. A big day for us. We're going to have some great conversation coming your way talking about what's going on with the Mariners. They get a big win. We've got Charlie Furbush, who will join us in studio for an hour from 4 to 5, as he will each and every week. We'll have El Hombre with us at 5 p.m. and what we learned at 5:15, and then we'll turn you over to the Mariners pregame show at 5:30. We will certainly get into what's going on with Victor Robles coming up, but Mariners get the big win, Dave. So far, what do they call you? Doomsday Dave, Depression Dave, all of your new nicknames seem to have worked. At least game one, it worked.
Well, my strategy worked.
Yeah.
So that's what we were doing there. Yeah, I'm sure that every Mariner heard about my predictions. And
That's right.
Got fired up and went out and had a good game, man. It was a great turnaround. And one of the things coming off of that, I was just looking this up because it's kind of a feel thing. So after the San Francisco Giant series, it was like, yeah, man, you got swept, but it just. And also you lost Robles, as we'll talk about later, but it just didn't have that feel of futility that goes along with it. And it's strikeouts, in my mind anyway. That's what I'm looking at. Because of the first 4 games, they had 41 strikeouts in that series with the A's. And if you look at the last 4 games, they've had 25.
Yeah.
So not some ridiculous number. I mean, you see 6, 8, 5. I mean, that's okay. And, that's where that feeling comes, like you felt like you were kind of in it. And look, I know they got swept by the Giants, and that's always a bad feeling, but it just didn't have that feeling like in the past. And when you go 7, 13, 12, and 9 strikeouts in 4 consecutive games against the A's, it was just such a horrible way to start the season. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I really enjoyed about last night. Only 6 strikeouts, and obviously they get the win, but that's something I'm hoping that the message is starting to turn them around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there were reasons to be a little more. I mean, how you can't be too optimistic after you were just swept. I mean, you got swept. That's a bottom line business. You lost all 3. But the first game, they put up 9 runs.
Yeah,
they scored 9 runs. That was something you didn't expect from this offense in 3 games combined.
Mm-hmm.
And they ended up losing, which was brutal. You lose 10-9 in extra innings, but at least you're like, all right, the offense came to life. They were able to plate some runs, and we always talk about the stats at the end of the game with runners in scoring position. What did they do? How many were left on base? And ultimately that tells a different story. But last night they found a way, despite what was going on, and we'll talk about that. Sort of looking at the good from last night. Logan Gilbert. Now, he wasn't as efficient with his pitches as you'd want him to go deep into the game. The pitch total was creeping up on him pretty quickly, but he was outstanding outside of his efficiency in that he allowed 1 hit, 1 run. It was a home run to Altuve, that little creep. But he goes 5 2/3, gives up just that 1 hit, that 1 run, 7 strikeouts, 2 walks. So the only knock is that, yeah, you're allowed to make a mistake. You made a mistake too. He's a great player. Love him or hate him. But just the efficiency. I would like to have seen that pitch total, move a little slower than it did. So that's really the only criticism. He was fantastic. He was great. Trent Thornton was outstanding out of the bullpen. Little psycho coming out of there.
I know.
I love how animated he is at the end of an inning. He is so fired up, and he gives you an inning in a third of no hit, no runs, no walks, 2 strikeouts. He was outstanding. Yeah. He was outstanding, and then Munoz comes in, locks it down, once again, has yet to give up a run. Ryan Bliss, his first home run of the season. How about that? Tiny little guy up there.
I know.
Swatting the ball, sounded like this.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. Blasted, left field, and it's on the way. It has a chance. It is gone. Ryan Bliss, 2-run home run into the Mariners bullpen, and the Mariners have broken through. It is 2-0 M's. Ryan Bliss tagged it, his first home run of the season.
He's just a little guy. Jose Altuve is a little creep, according to you.
That's right.
Our little guy is awesome.
He's just a smaller individual where Jose's a little creep.
Well, that's one of the
I'm
things.
sure he's a good guy, but in this context, he's a creep.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I love about sports just in general, but I love the smaller players just because they have to, make up for it in other ways. It's not like they can just stand up there and, take an easy swing and hit the ball out of the park. So, yeah, it was nice to see Bliss get that home run. And then, the whole thing came together perfectly. And Logan Gilbert, Shannon was talking about him on the dugout with Bump and Stacy about how he's getting kind of a nastiness too about him. And I think, we've heard that about him. I remember Blowers telling us that he accidentally said hi to him on the bus one time, and Logan Gilbert just growled at him or something. Mm-hmm. He's like, oh, that's right, he's starting today.
Yeah.
So, but he already had that kind of psycho approach, but now all of a sudden he's becoming dominant as far as, especially the pitch he was throwing last night, the splitter. I mean, it was just ridiculous. I was showing my wife, just for example. She's like, okay, that's nice, honey. And then goes off and does something else. But I'm like, look at this pitch. It goes 3/4 of the way. Is a strike right down the middle. And then all of a sudden,
off the table.
It just disappears.
Yeah.
I mean, how in the hell do you hit that?
You don't.
It's ridiculous.
7 more strikeouts. He had 10 in the previous start. So that's the downside to a lot of strikeouts. You're throwing more pitches, right? As opposed to somebody who pitches to contact and maybe they're hitting the first pitch, second pitch, and grounding out or flying out.
Yeah.
He's striking guys out. He's getting into full count situations or, 2-2 situations, striking. So he's throwing more pitches in that sense. But wildly effective. 1 hit. 1 run. You had that moment from Bliss, and then best hitter on your team right now is Jorge Polanco.
The look in by Abreu, and now the right-handers 2-1 pitch, swinging a shot off the pitcher into center field, a base hit. Moore will score. Mastrobuoni rounding third. He will score. The Mariners have the lead, 4-3. Jorge Polanco with a line drive off the hip of Brian Abreu. The ball skips quickly into center field.